konferencije, naravno engleski. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Croatia's special and one and only conference in a year which combines all the tourism lovers, not only from Croatia, from abroad, with special guests who will be sharing their experiences with us, because everybody in this room, almost everybody speaks Croatian, will be speaking, of course, English, which is quite normal. Buongiorno a tutti i nostri amici dell'Italia, guten Morgen oder guten Tag für die nostri amici from Deutschland oder Österreich, and for everybody else who needs their language represented, just call me, I do it every year, it's not a problem. I've been working in tourism. Gremo Slovenci, gromče, ministre, Ujhelyi, moj barat, udvozoljak. Remember me from last year? You said you will use me in Brussels. No call. But now you're in UN, so I can fly to New York anytime, no problem. We'll be doing that as well. It's a pleasure to have you all again here. For all of you who don't know me, I'm Frano. All the good-looking and more famous Croatian hosts were occupied or too expensive, or they don't give a damn about tourism like I do, because I grew up on the seaside where I learned how to deal with people who come to this beautiful country. And today we'll be doing that. We'll be talking seriously about some challenges there in front of us. And if you have any questions, do it like Croatians do. Keep them for yourselves till the end of the day, because today is my wedding anniversary. And if I'm going to be late to an early dinner, you won't be having any host tomorrow. So please help me. Thank you. Now I'm going to greet some interesting and well-known friends who are joining us today. I, of course, start with the envoy of the government of Prime Minister of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković. He is Minister of Tourism and Sport, our friend and supporter, Mr. Tonči Glavina. Welcome. With us today, the Minister of Economy, Tourism and Sports of Republic of Slovenia. Very good player between two fires, or how they say, med dvema ognjema in Split. Well done, Minister. Even though Croatian 1-1, but you were great. Please clap your hands for Matjaž Han. Dobrodošli. We greet the State Secretary for Tourism and Ministry of Economy and Labor, Republic of Austria, Sussane Kraus-Winkler. Herzlich willkommen. I greet the Director General and Director of Tourism at Ministry of Economy, Tourism and Sport, Republic of Slovenia, Dubravka Kalin. Dobrodošli. With us today, His Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Slovenia, Gašper Dvožan. Dobrodošli. His Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Austria, Josef Markus Vukatic. Hallo, hallo. Con noi Ambasciatore della Repubblica of Italia, Paolo Trujillo. Buongiorno, benvenuto. First Secretary and Deputy of Ambassador, Esmelin Badran. Welcome to Croatia as well. Možete svima pljeskati, ja prozivam redom dok ne završimo. UN Ambassador to the EU, barátban Magyarország, Istvan Ujhelyi. Economic Consular of the Slovenian Embassy, I greet Dusan Pšeničnik. Welcome. Vice President of the Croatian Economy Chamber, Mr. Dragan Kovačević, will be joining us later, or is he already here? Okay, as well as Director of the Advantage Austria Zagreb, Mr. Šlatel Odašaci, who is in Croatian Zagreb traffic, and he will be arriving till lunchtime probably. He lives now in Croatia for few months, so he's used to it on that one. I greet the Director of Croatian National Tourist Board, Ms. Kristijan Stanicic, who will be joining us on stage as well. Director at the Zagreb Tourist Board, Ms. Martina Binnenfeld. Good morning. And the lovely gentleman who let us go from his part of Croatia and said, okay, you can do this time, this conference in Zagreb, Prefect of Krapina-Zagorje County, Mr. Željko Kolar. I greet, of course, all of you who are joining us today, all the sponsors and lovely people who supported this conference, even though we were sometimes on a crossroad, shall we continue or shall we not? So clap your hands for all the partners and now friends, because this one is 8th in a row. Thank you. As you know, all conferences start with the opening speeches. We have few of them, so we'll be here till the lunchtime just with the opening speeches, and then we can give you a coffee break, but we have it all, so don't you worry. There is a lovely lady who always collects us once a year in this beautiful country, and she always speaks, we should do it not only one day, but 365 days per year. Clap your hands for the conference organizer, from Julius Rose. It's our dear Ivana Kolar. Join us on stage and greet all the friends.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, ministers, ambassadors, presidents, and dear colleagues. Welcome to 8th Tourism 365 International Conference. It is my great honor to stand before you today as we gather to shape not just the future of tourism, but the future of how we connect, share, and leave lasting legacy. Here we are, a global community of visionaries, decision makers, entrepreneurs, and experts, united by a common goal to transform tourism into a year-round, sustainable, and resilient force that not only meets the demand of today's travelers, but also enriches the lives of communities and preserves the beauty of our planet for generations to come. The world is changing faster than ever before. Our travelers are more informed, more connected, and more conscious. With every challenge we face, from environmental concerns to shifting market trends, we are presented with incredible opportunities to innovate and redefine tourism. This conference is about more than just discussing those changes. It's about leading them. Tourism has always been more than just numbers and statistics. Behind every arrival, every overnight stay, and every euro spent, there are stories of people, of visitors, and the hosts. And today, as we face the future of the industry, it is essential to reflect on how we can maintain the authenticity and quality of life in our destinations while enabling growth and prosperity. You know, tourism is not about money. I mean, it's not just about money. It's about people, about destinations, and about feelings. Each of us has a part to play in the story we are writing for our destinations and our world. We live briefly on this planet, and in the grand scheme of time, as individuals, we are so small. But the impact that we leave behind can be immense. So the real question is, what will we choose to leave behind? Not just behind to the next generations, but behind for us in next 5 years. What will we choose to give to our destinations, to the places we care about, and to ourselves? Looking ahead, for example, to 2040, we must ask ourselves, where do we want to be? Well, many of us have planned until 2030. Let's think beyond. Let's stop just planning and start dreaming. Start envisioning a tourism industry that prioritizes people and the environment, our community. At Tourism 365, we believe in tourism for every season, for every person, and for every destination. We believe in creating destinations that live all year round, destinations that are not only economically successful, but also culturally and socially enriched, 12 months per year, not just 2 or 3. But it's not just about prolonging season. It's about building stronger connections, fostering sustainability, creating better life quality content and experiences for both locals and visitors. And this year, we will explore the most pressing trends shaping our industry today, from how new technologies and artificial intelligence are revolutionizing the travel experience over climate change that shows its power every year stronger, to safety and redefining sustainability beyond just buzzwords. During presentations, keynotes, ministerial forum, panel discussion, educational workshops, we'll uncover fresh strategies and innovative approaches. We will open questions on innovative products, sales and marketing techniques, and we will redefine luxury tourism as authenticity, seclusion, and unique experiences. Creative approaches to destination management will also be at the forefront, as we acknowledge that the world is rapidly changing. So must we. So we gather here, old and new partners, world-known experts, ministers, innovators, new and old generations, to discuss where do we want to be in the next period and how to get there. I believe this year's event will offer more than just solutions. It will start ideas and spark meaningful actions. Thank you for being here, for your vision, and for your commitment to a future that transcends numbers. Let's create a tourism industry that not only survives, but thrives. Let's dream big and build something truly extraordinary together. Welcome to Tourism 365.
Thank you, Ivana, for all those years explaining everybody that we can actually do it 365 if we do it together. So now you're going to meet some people who said, we recognize the program and we want to be a part of it. Our dear partner and now our dear friend, co-founder of New Deal Europe, will be sharing his thoughts with you. Clap your hands for Tine Moon. Tine, jesi spreman? Bravo. Gremo naprej. He knew if he wanted to make something big, he needed to name it in English, New Deal Europe.
Dobar dan, pozdrav. Hello everyone, my name is Tine. Some of you met me last year or previous years. I'm here in capacity of a company called New Deal Europe with my business partner there, Robert D. Robert, wave. Why are we here and why New Deal Europe? So a couple of years ago, Ivana invited us to be part of this beautiful conference developing 365 tourism year-round stuff in Croatia, which is a strong thing that I believe into. And I was here as one of the speakers, I think, and back then we started to develop our company, New Deal Europe, which focuses on developing the Balkan and Southeast Europe region of Europe. So everything from Slovenia, where I'm from, down to Greece and up to Moldova, 12 destinations. And obviously Croatia is one of our main destinations and main partners. And after COVID, we grew our business. Our core business is B2B meetings, so very much developing the business part of the tourism. And Ivana was kind enough to offer us to bring our platform here. So tomorrow we're going to bring you 35 plus buyers to have meetings with the Croatian tourism industry. Also a couple of guests from Slovenia, I think. They're going to have over 600 meetings, and which is something that you all should be proud of as well, because they are coming to Croatia. Croatia is seen as a always popular destination, and I think growing tourism in direction of year-round tourism and 365 tourism is also something these buyers look for. So this is all from me. I want to be quick so you can have your wedding or anniversary dinner. And I hope you're going to enjoy also our part, so the business part of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina, for all the buyers and for thinking about me as well. Lovely. We carry on with a representative of the Croatia's most favorite invasive species, especially in Istria, Krk, Kvarner, and other parts. They are our friends. They know how Croatia is beautiful, and they also want to be a part of the touristic story. He is our partner, companion, friend with us on many our conferences so far. It's my great pleasure to introduce you to the President of the Slovenian Croatian Chamber, Mr. Saša Mominović, who will be sharing his thoughts with you. Come on, Saša, join me, please.
I won't be that quick, and my English is not that good, so I will read. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is a privilege to stand before you today at this remarkable gathering of minds, all focused on the future of tourism. As the president of Slovenian Croatian Business Club, I'm proud to say that we have been co-organizers of this conference since its very beginning. We have always believed in the importance of this event, not only for promoting tourism, but also for strengthening the ties between businesses, communities, and people of Slovenia and Croatia. Through our involvement, we see the immense potential for collaboration, mutual benefit, and deeper economic integration between our two countries. Unlike many of you, I do not work directly in tourism industry, which in a way gives me a rare luxury of distance, honesty, and perhaps a bit of constructive criticism. I come to you not as an expert, but as an observer and a traveler. Tourism is, without question, one of the most vital sectors for any modern economy, especially for a country like Croatia, where we rely on the beauty of our coastlines, history, and culture to drive growth. But that brings with it some serious questions. The theme of this conference, Tourism 365, aims to look at tourism beyond the traditional summer month and high season. It is an ambitious and necessary goal. However, the question we must ask ourselves, what kind of tourism do we really want and at what cost? Over-tourism has already raised red flags in cities like Dubrovnik, Venice, and Barcelona, where the sheer number of visitors threatens not just the infrastructure, but the essence of those places. This is not a sustainable path. A 365-day tourism strategy must think beyond simply extending seasons or adding more visitors. It must fundamentally rethink how tourism impacts our communities, environment, and culture. We cannot afford to see tourism as merely as a business. It must be seen as a symbolic relationship between visitors and environment. Finally, we, and I mean you, need to address the elephant in the room. Exceptionally high prices in many tourist destinations, especially during peak season. In some places, prices for basic services and accommodation have skyrocketed to the point of being prohibitive. While tourism can be a lucrative business, we must ask ourselves, are we pricing ourselves out of the market for quality tourism? When tourists feel that they are being overcharged, the experience is cheapened, no matter how beautiful the destination is. High prices may attract short-term profits, but they can damage our reputation in the long run. There is a fine balance to be struck between profitability and providing value for money. If we push too far in one direction, the risk alienating the very visitors we hope to attract. The key question is, are we offering a tourism experience that justifies those costs? And more importantly, are we doing enough to ensure that this revenue is reinvested back into local communities and infrastructure, ensuring a long-term sustainability of the tourism industry? I'm aware that these are not easy questions, but they are essential if we are to create a tourism model that lasts, one that thrives not just 365 days a year, but for decades to come. I am optimistic, but also realistic. Achieving sustainable, real-round tourism will require not just few ideas, but new commitments from all of us, whether we work within the industry or, like me, stand outside of it, looking in both admiration and concern. In closing, as the president of Slovenian and Croatian Business Club, tomorrow Slovenian and Croatian Business Chamber, I would like to emphasize the importance of this collaboration. This conference is not just a platform to discuss tourism. It is an opportunity for Slovenian and Croatian business to come together, share ideas, and also with partners from other countries. The benefits are mutual. And I truly believe that through forums, conferences like this, we are building a stronger future for both of our countries. Let's move from the tourism that merely serves the economy and towards a model that serves our environment, our communities, and our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sasha, for your support throughout the years and, of course, emphasizing some problems we have. Yesterday, beautiful day, Island of Stres, me at the ferry port, Merag, half-liter of bottle of water, 260, no card accepted. On the ferry, same bottle, €3.20, but you can pay with a card. So we're improving. You can buy it for 69 cents in Brežice if you go to Slovenia. It's a little bit cheaper. We always talk about overpricing. It's always about market. Sometimes it's about us. This is the conference on which we talk on some tough themes as well. that's the way I like it as well. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you, lovely lady who always shares the heart of Europe with all of you, because she is a director of the Tourist Board of Zagreb, Mrs. Martina Binnenfeld. Please join me on stage and greet all these lovely ladies and gentlemen who came to a beautiful town.
Hvala, Frane. Dobar dan, dobro jutro. Lijepi pozdrav svima ispred turističke zajednice grada Zagreba. Good morning, and I'm really happy to be here with you this morning in Zagreb. I'm really happy that Zagreb is hosting 365 Tourism Conference today and tomorrow. Allow me also to greet all ambassadors, all, of course, dear ministers, esteemed speakers, directors, my colleagues in tourism sector, participants, and of course, members of media. As we are here all aware today, tourism is a very important part of Croatia's economy, and it's no longer just about the summer season in our beautiful country. With new travel habits and sustainable trends, Croatia has the chance to attract the visitors from all over the globe throughout the year. In time to come, Zagreb, with its rich history and culture, innovative approach, preserved nature in the city and around it, as well as dynamic gastro-scene, is already all year-round destination. However, meetings like this help us exchange ideas and build strategies to keep growing in sustainable and regenerative direction. At the Zagreb Tourist Board, we are strategically focused on sustainable tourism and development. We encourage initiatives. At the same time, we organize, develop, and finance projects that contribute to the growth of Zagreb's tourism in a green and sustainable manner. In this way, we try to enhance the quality of stay for both our visitors and our fellow citizens, including and respecting our local community. In this regard, I'm pleased that Zagreb Tourist Board has supported this conference, which provides a great opportunity for sharing ideas and working together. I want to congratulate the organizers, Ivana and your team, for everything you have prepared for us for these 2 out of 365 Zagreb Tourism Days. In conclusion, I would like to thank everyone for participating, and I believe that the insights shared today and tomorrow will help us continue building a sustainable, vibrant, and regenerative tourism industry. I wish you all productive and inspiring conference and a lovely stay in our Zagreb. Hvala vam puno I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Binnenfeld. Sometimes there is an atmosphere in Croatia they would really like for our season to flop, but no chance, because there are still people who know the difference between just taking money but offering experiences. So that's the reason why a lot of Croatian tourists and guests come back as friends, as part of the family. A gentleman who is very happy with the few passing months in Croatia, and especially with our change to 365 days of tourism, is our dear guest who will be the last opening speaker for this part of our session. He is the envoy of the Croatian Prime Minister and the Minister of Tourism and Sport of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Tonči Glavina. Join us on stage and share all the lovely experiences, not from the last few months, but from last year.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dear organizer, dear Ivana, dear UN Tourism Ambassador, the EU, dear colleagues, Minister Khan, dear State Secretary, dear Director of National Tourism Board, Director of Tourism Board Zagreb, dear Director of Chamber of Commerce, esteemed ambassadors, and all the guest speakers here, everybody present, tourism stakeholders. It's a great honor and privilege to have you here today and to greet you on behalf of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković, and of course on behalf of Ministry of Tourism and Sport, and myself.
It's a great day, it's a great topic, and from what I've seen from the program, we have a lot of great speakers, and we will cover a lot of very, very important issues that are at hand. Since we're going to do a panel here soon, I won't take too much of your time right now, but I think it's important that we put in the forefront of what we're going to talk about today, just the name of the conference and Tourism 365, because it really kind of points out that everything that we are doing in Croatia in order to achieve that. And earlier, it was mentioned elephant in the room. Okay, it could be that. I think there's another elephant in the room, and there's probably more than one. But since this is a great conference to talk about it, I think that elephant in the room is sustainability, or how to continue to be competitive and great while caring and while being sustainable. It's a topic that I think it's the most important topic for all of us stakeholders in tourism, for all of our leaders, for everybody who is putting together policies, because I think it's very simple now. After the year after COVID and then post-COVID and everything that's happening right now, the rapid recovery and growth of tourism, I think it's very fair to assume and say that if we let capital compete with sustainability, capital wins. If we let capital compete with affordable living, capital wins. Capital always wins at the cost of, I would say, our future generations, future tourism activity, future tourism business, our children and grandchildren who will hopefully be in this beautiful industry and this beautiful business as well. So we are very much aware of this in Croatia. This is why we're putting a strong effort right now, and we're in the midst of strong reform processes in which we really want to change the whole tourism landscape of Croatia, and we want to make sure that we say that right now that we communicate very openly and honestly that it's enough. It's enough with a policy of more accommodation, more services, more of everything, especially in the peak season, in the main peak season of the year, as Croatia is, of course, like many other, or like all of our Mediterranean destinations, seasonally oriented amongst as well. So I think the strong issues is short-term regulations, short-term rental regulations, and not just short-term regulations in terms of accommodation, but basically all the services and goods providers, as we are evidencing in Croatia and all over Europe, that simply no matter how much tourism grows, there simply seems to be more and more, even more than demand, there's more on the supply side, and it creates instabilities and economic problems that are not easy to solve once they are blown up and once they are significant. So this is what we're going to talk about today. This is what I'm going to talk about at this panel today. I just want to welcome you once again to Zagreb. I want to welcome you once again to Croatia, and ask you to always work with all of us and work amongst each other, to know that if we are going to be responsible, if we are going to be able to do this business 50 years from now, as successfully, as profitable as we are doing it today, we need to act now, because we simply don't have time. This is just something that even the Mother Earth is telling us, but this is something that really, when you look at all the analytics and all the data, it's just right there in front of us. Just whether we all want to see it or not, it's one question. And then once we've seen it, does everybody else wants to see it? Everybody who's in this line of business and everybody who lives related to tourism. But it is time, and we will do it all together. Thank you very much, and looking forward to having a great day.
Thanks for joining us. I gained some weight since the first one, so I thought they were talking about me, but actually I'm in quite good shape right now. I have to do it a little bit better, as well as the Croatian tourism. We can talk about everything. Everything is opened. Sometimes all the problem of Croatia lies in next taxing way of future tourism's abilities and capabilities, but it's always Have you ever, I don't know how it works outside, but when we say something, we will do something, tomorrow newspaper have how to not do what should be done. So maybe we just need to improve in every part of our culture, not only speaking about it's overpriced, we have problems, we should do that, it's time for doing so. This is a conference to do something like that. And now we'll be doing it quite easily. When you have two Croatian guys who want to talk about it, it's very natural for them to talk in English. And we have a smart talk in English about how good we were this year with the lovely gentleman joining us from a long trip, but he said, I have to be a part of the story. So, ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands to our dear first guest and director of the Croatian National Tourist Board, Mr. Kristijan Stanicic, who will be now asked few questions by me. Thank you. Nice to have you, Mr. Stanicic, especially if we know that you have been doing some large and long distance flights. So short question before we start. How did we go and how did we do in Bahamas? They said that everybody knows for us as well.
Well, first of all, thank you and welcome to everybody. The first impression about the trip in Bahamas and New York is that Europe, and especially Croatia and our friends from Slovenia and from Austria, are really amazing, beautiful countries.
Perfect.
That's the first impression.
Okay.
I have to say that the trip was really successful. We had a very, very tough, busy couple of days because there was a conference of luxury tourism. And next year, we are going to be more present and even more active on promoting Croatia as a premium tourism country. That's one of our strategic goals. And I think Croatia nowadays, based on the tourism offer, based on activities that we are providing, and the whole tourism sector is really becoming a premium tourism country. And as the name of the conference says, it's even more and more becoming a 365 tourism destination. Especially, I have to emphasize the city of Zagreb and to greet our colleague and friend, Ms. Martina Binefeld, who is doing really an excellent job. And nowadays, I have to say that Zagreb is one of the rare 365 tourism destinations in Croatia.
That is true. They said we had 20 minutes. This time, if we do it in 15, everybody will love us because the coffee will get cold. But actually, something which is very good, and we all see that we had an impressive growth of Croatian tourism throughout the years, especially past years, and especially after COVID and during the period when everything stopped in the world. Can you share us some key results for 2024 so far? Or can you emphasize that we are leaving the seasonability in Croatia and really doing it at least 200 days, not only 60 or 90?
Okay, we said, and the minister and I agree that we will not comment anymore the numbers. So, but I will just mention that we are facing a small growth in terms of arrivals and in terms of overnights, and we are still, and we will stay positive until the end of this year. So we reached almost 20 million arrivals this year, and we surpassed the 102.5 million overnights. But when you split it into the shoulder season, pre-summer season, and the summer season in itself, I have to say that we are really satisfied because in first 5 months, so in spring season, we achieved double-digit growth. And we maintain and we keep maintaining the level of tourism traffic in those two peak months as July and August. So I have to say that we are in line with our strategic goal to strengthen our tourism business in shoulder season. And of course, many of our promotional marketing activities and everything that we are doing in Croatian National Tourist Board will be focused on promoting Croatia as all year round sustainable high-level quality tourism destination.
The one thing I want to emphasize, because I'm doing this conference from the first one, I would like to greet and give all the kudos, because you all stopped talking about overnight stays. Everybody now starts to talk about, okay, we need to prolong, we need to offer something different, and that's very nice. But do you have time to calculate? Everybody talks about trends in tourism. Somebody sees something on social media, trending this, trending that. How are our visitors changing? What really changed with Croatian tourists?
Oof, that's a tough question. I think everything is changing. The habits of tourists, of travel industry, the experience, the offer, everything is really changing. And we can see it also in terms of global travel industry. For example, during the pandemic, Croatia I would say, had seen a changement of trends in terms of last-minute booking, shorter stays, more tourism market which is closer to Croatia, so the tourist has chosen closer destinations and so on. Nowadays, the trends are changing in terms of longer stay, early booking, traveling into destinations where they want to stay longer and experience with the local people, and of course to get know about the destination, about the lifestyle and so on. I would say that Croatia has really an opportunity to grow up in that line and to grow up in terms of premium and quality destination. And that's why we are doing all those campaigns to emphasize that Croatia is really in the line with the best destinations in Europe and in the world. And of course, our strength is also that we are very close to main source markets, especially the European one, that we are a very, very safe destination. And of course, with all those investments that were realized in, I don't know, last 10, 15 years, we have to say that we improved our tourism offer in our destination. So we have the opportunity to become one of the top, I would say, 5 leaders in Europe.
So it looks like it's a win-win. Our tourists made changes in their behavior, which changed our way of looking at tourism.
Yes, but I would say that we now, as the minister said before, we have the opportunity to change also the mindset of the tourism industry itself in Croatia, but not only in Croatia. I would say that I have seen it also in United States, in other European countries, that we have to be focused on really on sustainability, because changes in terms of climate changes are here. They're not coming from the future. They are here now. And for example, where we were traveling from Bahamas to New York, the storm Helena was active, and it was really not so nice to experience the storm as itself, but not only the storm, all other changes that are related to climate changes and everything which is affecting the tourism industry has to be accepted, and we have to react now. And that's why I think the Croatian government adopted a few strategical and low regulation in the right moment, so we can avoid some scenarios that we have seen in other European countries.
Okay, for years we were always, the weather, guys. If it's sunny and warm, everything is good, but when rain starts, we do not have something to offer. Now that's changed, which is good. Yeah. So when I ask you, when we go to the short future and about next period, it's always about opportunities and challenges. Which one of those you foresee for us as a part of a touristic offer?
I think the main opportunity is the continental part of Croatia, because, as you know, Croatian tourism is, I don't know, 96% based on coastal and coastal part of Croatia and the islands. On the other hand, we still have a huge space of growing in continental part of Croatia with health tourism, my segment of tourism offer, gastronomy, outdoor activities, and so on. And this is something that we have to emphasize through main and through different financial sources that we can provide to the tourism sector. And you also asked me about some issues that we have. I think the main issue at this moment in Croatian tourism is connected with the structure of accommodation. So we have to do and we have to adopt some decisions which will be very hard to start changing the structure in terms of strengthening the hotel industry, because as we saw from many analyses, hotels work longer, they have better occupancy, they achieve higher prices and so on. And I would emphasize also, somebody has mentioned it, that the prices are really something that we are facing in terms of increasing year per year. I think this will not stop, and this will be a scenario for the future, for the next year and next years. And we are always emphasizing that it's not so the problem of increasing the prices when the increasement is accomplished with the higher quality of service, higher level quality of offer. The problem is when you don't see it. Okay. So I have to say that maybe one example, during the last year and during the summer of this year, the main topic concerning prices was the ice cream scope, which was costing, I don't know, 4 euros or 3 euros or 5 euros. The ice scope in Bahamas costs $7.50, so much more. And everybody is eating ice cream. So it's the matter of value of the money and the matter of how much quality do you provide to the customer in terms of a certain price.
Okay, the problem is maybe because we always look at from our side as our income,
yes,
and then when we compare to some other countries like Norway or Sweden,
yes, it will be also, especially for us in Croatia, to change the mindset from the position of the cheap summer holiday sun and sea destination to premium destination to something that is really higher level than before.
What do you think? You work now for years with your colleagues throughout Croatia in tourist boards. Is there any chance that residents will have also opportunity to help developing the green part of Croatian tourist board?
I think yes, and in terms of market sources, I have to say that domestic market in Croatia is the second one. Mm-hmm. It's the first one, of course, is Germany, and the second one is Croatia. And I think that people who are living in Croatia, especially those who are living in the continental part, as I mentioned before, with the support of the government and with the support of public money, which is available from EU sources and everything that comes from there, is really an opportunity to grow the continental part of Croatia and the tourism in continent, and to develop in a sustainable way small boutique destinations.
You mentioned now sustainability. We only talk about sustainability for the past few years. Did we scratch it enough in Croatian touristic offers? Are we seeking for long-term sustainability tourism, or is it still unpacked and on paper?
I think that if you want to start to do sustainability, first of all, you have to adopt and you have to you have to create a frame of sustainability that you want to be in the future. And as I mentioned before, the government has adopted the law of tourism, which is the main frame, yes, and the main act. And this will be the base of every and any activity that we will provide in the whole system of tourism boards, even their local, regional, or the national tourist board. And I think in next few years from now, Croatia will really change, and we will see the changes in next 3 to 5 years.
This summer, I was on a vacation, of course, in Croatia, because that's the best country to go to vacation. I spent a lot of money, and I was like, wow, how this is expensive. But then when I think about it, I don't know where to go else. Maybe you now offered our friends from surroundings, maybe we can do it as a destination tourism for the future, do it more sustainability, use more sustainability sources and ways of maybe combining all us together. But if you could provide some discounts for families, it'd be great for the next summer, and I thank you in advance. Clap your hands, ladies and gentlemen. 15 minutes passed. Mr. Stanic has answered all the questions which prepared, and we wish you, of course, many trips to Bahamas. If they have scoops for $7, let's make them here pay 12. Everybody will be satisfied. Thank you. Question, naughty one. Who was on a summer vacation in Croatia this year? Raise your hands. You see, it's not expensive. Everybody can still go, but everybody wants. See, comme ça. It's easier for you, Minister. A lot of Slovenians already have their own homes in Croatia. We have to talk with Tonči. He is nearby Split, so he always watches from the Beverly Cliffs. We will now carry on with a special talk from our friend. He was here last year talking about how Europe looks now. He's on the other side of the ocean, but still loves Croatia and Croatian seaside. What can we talk, and as a part of setting the stage for redefining tourism? It's always hard to do a definition, especially to redefine something, but Istvan is the guy who always likes to talk about it. So clap your hands from our dear friend Istvan Ujhelyi, from UN Tourism Ambassador to EU. Join us on stage. The microphone is yours. You can do whatever you prefer. You can do it yourself. I will answer.
Because I don't know so you can ask me, or I can have a speech, or what you would like.
Okay.
We
do it like
no. This is the first version. Oh, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Christian, I have 6 kids. Can you imagine in Porridge every day 6 ice cream, double time? So it's expensive, believe me, with 6 kids together. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Your invitation. It is not the first time to be together with you, to be guest of the 365. And Ivana, first of all, I would like to tell you it's a great job. Congratulations. Because some years ago, when in Brussels, you told me you would like to create one of the strongest and most important event of the in tourism industry in the region, in our region, then I thought that it's okay in Zagreb, from the zero, from your small company. Of course, it's not the state. You have to organize everything. You have to speak with the ministers to support you. You have to ask the companies to support you, but you did it, so congratulations. And I hope that, and also I promise you, if I can help you, the next decades we will meet always here. But, ladies and gentlemen, you asked, where is our moderator? Okay, I will ask him after my speech what I talked about. He left the room. So he asked about the summer vacation. Yes, I was here. But no, I would like to ask you, my dear Croatian friends, who spent 1 week in tents in a camping last summer? In tents, in camping. Oh, you have to try it, dear Croatian friends. You have the most luxury and fantastic campsites and campings all over Europe. And believe me, with my big family, always, every summer, this is the one of the best time for us to spend 1 week in tents. In Porridge, for example, and the Valamar, I think I tell the good word, the Valamar companies, one of the campings of the Valamar company. So, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dear friends, Tonci, Sussane, Matjaž, Martina, Christian, Ivana, and all my friends, it's an extraordinary honor to be here with you. And I really would like to, and I will try to be useful. Drago mi jest to sam ovdje. Not because of it. I would like to inform you about some nice developments. I can tell you a small step for European politics, but a giant leap for the tourism industry. This is how we could summarize the changes that the tourism sector will face in the coming years. I hope all over in Europe, also in Croatia, also in Hungary, in my hometown, my beautiful country, and also when we are talking about Brussels, the famous Brussels bubble. Yes, there are so many changes, and I hope that it will be, all of them will be useful for the tourism industry. As the ambassador of the UN tourism to the European institutions, and maybe you know, last years I was here, I was member of the European Parliament, and I was responsible for the tourism industry and also transportation in the Trunk Committee, as vice chair of the Trunk Committee. Allow me to first point out the developments within the EU. It's very important to know that in the European Parliament we have a new Trunk Committee. Also we have your former minister, Nikolina, there. She will be member of the Tourism Task Force, which is good for Croatia and good for the tourism economy. We could mobilize so many colleagues in the European Parliament to support the tourism industry. There is no question that in recent years the issue of tourism has received far greater attention in European decision-making than before. Of course, there is always room for improvement, but we have, for example, managed to secure a significant advancement with the allocation of 300 million euros to the sector in the EU budget, which is more or less zero, but it's important to have one direct line for the tourism in the budget. And I hope we will have some members in the council, for example, Tonci, your minister, and others, who could support and push the European institutions to have a bigger and bigger budget for the European tourism. Recently, in the newly established European Parliament, as I mentioned, we will have again the Tourist Task Force, and there are so many projects, for example, the European Capital of Smart Tourist Program, which is my project, which was my project, which tried to support the local tourism actions. Nevertheless, perhaps the most important development is that, and I hope you also will like it like me, in the new European Commission structure announced by President Ursula von der Leyen, tourism finally has its own dedicated EU commissioner. We have been waiting a long time for this. Many of us have lobbied hard for it, and now we have finally succeeded. This could be a turning point, I can tell you, because in the last decades we have never had own commissioner. For example, the last 5 years, Monsieur Breton, commissioner, who had about 120 kinds of jobs and different industries in his portfolio. He visited only 2 times in 5 years, during the 5 years, the Parliament Tourism Committee. It's not it wasn't the best partnership. But now we will have one own commissioner. I firmly believe that the Greek Apostolos Tzitzikostas, who has been nominated to lead the sustainable transport and tourism portfolio, is the right person for the job, as he has already demonstrated his leadership and managerial skills as president of the European Committee of the Regions. And of course, also for Croatia, it will be, I hope, more than interesting to control the new portfolio in the Commission, the Mediterranean portfolio, because your nominated commissioner will be responsible for this region, which is also good for the tourism industry, I hope, in all our countries in this region. Ladies and gentlemen, the tourism sector is evolving at a revolutionary speed. In 1950, there were barely 25 million registered tourists worldwide. By 2000, this had risen to 7 million, and by 2012, the number reached 1 billion, and soon we will cross the 2 billion mark, from 25 million to 2 billion in more or less 78 years. It's a huge number. It's a great change. This is clearly good for the industry, but it places a significant burden on our environment, which we must respond to. The tourist sector is facing extraordinary changes, new technologies, digitalization, artificial intelligence, and changing demands are all fundamentally reshaping the framework, and traditional tourism will certainly not be able to meet these new needs. Therefore, it is essential to get to know and support the projects of young university students, start-up gurus, and developers, and to promote and highlight projects that facilitate sustainability. And these kinds of small countries like Hungary, Slovenia, or Croatia, or also, of course, Austria, we have so many good, talented young students. So I think our governments and our industrial players have to realize that we have to finance, we have to support the new small startups as university students to find new technologies from this region, from these kinds of countries, because then they will be very rich, they will be very important, and they will finally support our nations and our tourism industry. The organizers have given the title of my speech, Redefining Tourism. I indeed see this as one of the most important tasks for the tourist sector in the coming years. As I already mentioned in the interview given to the organizers of this conference, I believe that one of the most important challenges facing the sector is the shortage of skilled professionals. And one other thing, gathering is the issue of year-round tourism. It is both timely and important to redefine how the sector operates. It's time to expand not only our imagination regarding destinations, but also regarding timing. It's hard to understand why someone would want to travel from a sweltering 40-degree August Budapest to a 45-degree Barcelona. Do you understand me? We travel a lot. We are very stressful. So many cancellation, flight delayed, and from 40 to 45. So I think millions and millions travelers and families will realize that it's better to travel in other part of the year and find those destinations which are beautiful in September, in March, in June, not only in July and August. And I think it's also important to realize it for Croatia. I visited Opatija several times, in March, in April. It's beautiful, it's peaceful. But sorry to tell you, Christian, I have never seen or got any kinds of invitation, advertisement to visit Opatija, Poreč, Dubrovnik, or Zagreb. Only, always the big summer vacation time, which try to invite me as a family father. So we have to change our thinking about the tourism, and we have to find those destinations which are perfect in 12 months for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I have so many other pages, but the time is limited. So I would like to mention only one more thing, which is important for me and very close to me, and it's advertisement for one project. Maybe you heard about it. There is a program, new EU program. This is the Discover EU program. Two German activists some years ago wrote a newsletter about it, and I was the first one who supported and mentored this idea. This is for every European youngsters upon turning 18 should receive a free train pass to explore Europe. While we can't provide this to every 18-year-old just yet, we have launched the Discover EU program in the EU. It's a European Commission program, finally. And this year marks the 11th round of the application process, enabling hundreds of thousands of European youth to take advantage of this opportunity in recent years. The newest application round starts tomorrow. So if you have an 18-year-old child or know someone who does, know this is the time to apply. But I mentioned it because I think these kinds of actions and programs which can help and support the local tourism industrial communities. So I really would like to ask the state secretaries, ministers, tourist boards to be part of this project. Because I think this is the way how we can introduce and show our beautiful Europe to our new generations. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as the ambassador of the UN Tourism and as a dedicated supporter of the tourist sector, I'm really happy to work together with you. One last sentence: after 29 years, I changed my position. I was also responsible of the tourism in the Hungarian government. It was long time ago, before Orban. So it was 16 years ago, and I had only one thing which was always in the middle of my heart. This is the tourist sector, so I'm happy to serve it, and I would like to give my support to Ivana and all the colleagues to have new edition of this beautiful conference. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Köszönjük szépen, Istvan. We have a better solution for not only 365 tourism, but 700 days tourism. You should have changed the bus with the railways in this part of Europe so everybody will stay longer because it's slower and you can enjoy the sight and the view. Are you ready, guys, for the first panel of the day? Yeah. When they ask me what is a panel, I always say that's the worst ever invented type of communication in the history of mankind, because you pressure few people on stage to answer very hard questions in a short matter of time because it's only them separating you from the coffee break. Can they do it? What do you think? I think they can. Who is the elephant? Are we very expensive or are we not? Some of the questions I already see are dear Tonči Glavina sweating because his colleague Han said, I was with you in Split and it was a very, very expensive ice cream. But we were on Peristil, which is something people don't have in other parts of the world, so it is good. We will call now all our dear guests, but first there was a lovely gentleman who was supposed to be with us today doing this ministerial panel, but he was so very cold that he only managed to send us video and apologize for not being here because he is also with us for a few years now. Can we do a special video for all of us inside? Please, dear colleague, this is lovely Eduardo.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, greetings from Brussels. I am truly honored to address you all today at the Tourism 365 International Conference on Trends and the Future of Tourism on behalf of the European Travel Commission. We are an association representing European national tourism organizations. ETC brings together 36 member tourism boards from across the continent. Among them is our esteemed member, the Croatian National Tourist Board. Together, we work to enhance the value of tourism in Europe by fostering collaboration in best practice sharing, market intelligence, and also joint promotion efforts. This morning, we focus on tourism's urgent need to adapt and change. This is a particularly fitting moment for this conversation, as we reflect on a summer season that has been both dynamic and transformative for tourism across Europe. As we all know, it has been a busy and highly successful summer for European tourism. After years of uncertainty and disruption caused mainly by the COVID-19 pandemic, the sector has not only recovered to pre-pandemic levels, but it is now exceeding them, reaffirming its resilience and adaptability. While we are still awaiting the complete summer data, the ETC figures for the first half of the year show strong performance. Foreign arrivals increased by 6% and overnight stays grew by 7%, both already surpassing 2019 levels. This recovery has been largely driven by the Southern European and Mediterranean regions. In addition to traditional destinations such as Spain, France, Italy, and Turkey, emerging destinations like Serbia, Bulgaria, Montenegro, and Albania have also attracted more visitors by offering value for money experiences and favorable weather conditions. Additionally, we are seeing a notable rise in tourism to the Nordic countries, with foreign overnight stays increasing significantly in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. This signals a growing diversification in travel preferences, with more visitors venturing beyond Southern Europe, even to destinations traditionally seen as more expensive and less accessible. However, with this return to growth, we are once again confronted by the long-standing challenges that have faced the sector. Sustainability remains a pressing issue. This summer, the spotlight has been on the negative effects of overcrowding, with some local communities pushing back against the sheer volume of visitors in certain hotspots. While these challenges are concentrated in specific areas, they highlight the urgent need for better management of tourism flows. We have to take the lead in spreading the benefits of tourism more evenly across regions and throughout the year. We must also acknowledge the climate emergency and the climate crisis. This summer's extreme weather events, from early heat waves in Greece to recent devastating floods in Central Europe, have underscored the urgent need for more robust climate adaptation and mitigation strategies within the tourism industry and beyond. As we now close the summer season, this forum provides the perfect opportunity to reflect and look ahead. It is time to not only assess the past few months, but to strategize for the future, to envision a tourism sector that is more sustainable, equitable, and resilient. Our goal is not just growth, but leadership, leading the way towards a future where tourism flourishes while respecting and preserving the destinations and communities that make it possible. I wish you all fruitful discussions today, and I really look forward to the ideas and solutions that will emerge from this gathering. Thank you very much.
Compadre, muchas gracias, cuídate. Now this is intro for something which we need to talk about today. I would kindly ask our envoy of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia and Minister of Tourism and Sports, Mr. Tonči Glavina, to join me on stage as a host for his dear colleagues. And they are, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of Ministry of Economy, Republic of Austria. Herzlich willkommen, Sussane Kraus-Winkler. Please join me on stage as well. And of course, Mr. Matjaž, Minister of Economy and Tourism, Republic of Slovenia. This one should be stated alone. Evo, mislio sam da damu okružite, a da ostavite ovo kolegi da bude jednostavnije, kako god vam paše. You can sit there if you want. Ladies can choose whatever they want. To je zauzeto. Točnije, žao mi je, ta je soba već izdana više puta. Croatian practice sometimes. And the lovely gentleman who will be asking all the questions today, my dear colleague from Croatian Radio Television, editor and specialist in economy topics. Please clap your hands for Mladen Sirovica, who is joining us today as guy who can now ask some hard questions. No strings attached. Please enjoy. Sretno.
Thank you, Vrano, for this introduction and, of course, for great moderating overall so far. I'm really happy to be here and looking forward to hear from our distinguished panelists not just about the season of 2024, but also about the future challenges and shifts that we can see in the tourism sector. So I would like to start with Mr. Glavina as representative of the host country, Croatia. You mentioned some parts of the direction that Croatian tourism is going to take in the years to come. How would you rate the seasons so far? What we know is that we earned more money, but did we make the shift that is needed towards more sustainable tourism and all the proclamation goals that we needed to take?
Can you hear me? No? No. Is this one working? Okay, great. Thank you. You're a good guy. Thanks. Fair question. We did have a great year. If you look at it from a perspective of what our goals are, what we're trying to accomplish, it was a great year in a way that we are registering more revenues than we have in the previous year. Previous year, 2023, was a record year for Croatian tourism in our history in terms of arrivals and overnight stays, and as well in terms of revenues. And we just, yesterday we published the information by Croatian National Bank on receivables for this year, and for the first 2 quarters of 2024, we have an increase of 7.5% in revenues from tourism. And then the second quarter, which was published yesterday, was about 4.3%. So we're very satisfied with that. We're also satisfied with the fact that as far as arrivals and overnight stays, we have numbers a few percentage points more than the record year last year, about 3.5%, 4%. But the good news is that increase has been registered primarily in pre-season. In pre-season, we really had great results, and the only month of June was a little bit was not great for us because we had some really bad weather there for about first 15 days, and then of course, for example, for our camping, that's very strongly reflected by bad weather. And then, of course, European Euro Championship football, as Germany is one of our primary markets, played a role in that as well. But other than June, we really had a great preseason. And then, so that's news number one, that's good. The news number two that's good is that in peak season, in months of July and August, we are basically about the same numbers as we were in previous years in terms of arrivals and overnight stays. Just a little bit more than last year, but not a lot, which is very good because it is our openly proclaimed. It's okay, I got this. It's our openly proclaimed goal that as we contribute to sustainable tourism, as we are transforming our destination and Croatia as such, we really do not have much room to grow in the peak season, because we are fully much aware that at some point, with numbers as they are growing, and that's something that's happening all around strong tourism destinations, it becomes a burden on the quality of life. Now, since we have proclaimed to be the future to be year-round sustainable tourism destinations, one of the key goals in sustainability is actually quality of life of locals, quality of life of people who live here, people who have the privilege to call this place home. And it can really quickly get out of hand in terms of how people perceive what are the benefits or disadvantages of tourism. So, for example, we have witnessed all across Europe many strong destinations, such as Venice, such as Barcelona, such as Paris, such as Palma de Mallorca, and so on and so forth, in which they really had problem with over-tourism in a way. Maybe they didn't have a problem with over-tourism, but they had a problem with perceived over-tourism.
Do you see any location like that in Croatia?
This is where I'm going with this. So, meaning people perceive tourism to be a burden, not a benefit anymore. And they come out to the streets, they protest in some creative ways, I may add, but they protest. And then, for example, Palma de Mallorca, the protest started basically in spring, and then a little bit beginning of the summer. And what happened? Just recently, reports from Palma de Mallorca, they had a very, very bad season in terms of the peak season in terms of numbers. I mean, significantly reduced numbers of arrivals, overnight stays, revenues much smaller than what they're used to, and now they have a problem, which is of course logical because nobody wants to go travel somewhere where they're not welcome, you know. And now this is where we, as a country, as a destination, we're far from that at this point. But if we don't do strong measures today, that's a possibility that could happen within 3 to 5 years in Croatia as well. This is why we are right now really putting through a strong reform, in which is, I think, number one challenge is really convince and explain to the general population. This is something that we have to do for all of us who are in tourism business today, because we want to make sure that we don't go towards the permanent degradation of the destination in terms of everything. So, you know, to achieve that, you have to really make some strong efforts and strong policy changes, and not just on a local and a regional level, destination level, but on a national level. So we're doing this at the same time, and we have put in place our new Tourism Act with bylaws, and then we're also doing some horizontal policy changes on the governmental level, not just pertaining to tourism laws, but laws that pertain to tourism, but they belong to the other ministries, because we want to make sure that we do this right and we do this at the right time. And what I mentioned earlier, and I'll end this question with that, when you do reforms and when you want to really make a significant change, first of all, you have to be very certain in what you're doing. So everything that we're doing is based on very concrete data. We have some of the best data system, our e-visitor system that is run by our National Croatian Tourism Board. We have a very detailed data there. We have a very detailed data in terms of revenues and things like that. And, you know, one of the great philosophers said that without data, you're just another person with an opinion, you know. And our decisions are based on strong data. We're extremely determined to put this through right now, because now is the time. And it is our job as leaders to see, you know, a little bit beyond a few years, you know, to see what's going to happen. And now the big challenge is to explain this to everybody, to get everybody on board. And then you also do the reform when you have the absolute most chance of succeeding. And Croatia right now it's been for 3 years one of the top 3 strongest economies in the European Union. Croatia has completed its process of Euro-Atlantic integration, and last year we joined
Now
Euro.
you sound like Prime Minister.
No, but this is important. And then Eurozone and Schengen area, and then at the same time we have the highest employment ever, the lowest unemployment ever, strong rise in salaries and pensions, and this is the time that you do the reform, when you're strongest. You know, and when people are gonna, I guess you could say, feel it less, and that also goes temporarily, and then we reform and we move on. I will do it.
Madam Kraus-Winkler, if I'm not mistaken, and I would say contrary to the general opinion, Austria makes more money in the summer season than in the winter season. What trends have you noticed in the 2024, and how do you rate basically the performance of Austrian tourism?
Yes, thank you very much for being invited, first of all. of course, Austria had a very good summer until right now. Also, we had regional floods, as we also had last year, which seems to be a common occurrence. But in reality, we still are with our numbers until end of July, because the numbers from August come tomorrow. We are still higher than last year. Also, last year was the best summertime. Summer is a little bit stronger than winter, but when you look at the added value and the revenues, winter is stronger than summer because people spend more money during wintertime than during summertime in Austria. What we see when we look at the developments and trends in Austria, then first of all, I have to mention that we also follow a master plan tourism, which was finalized in 2019 and which we broke down in action plans, 1 year or 2 year action plans. And our goal in this master plan is to be one of the most sustainable countries or tourism countries in the world. So you can imagine that we have to work hard how to reach this goal. Right now, when you look at our Euromonitor, we are in the Sustainable Travel Index number 3. So we are good, but this is a process which never stops. So we are working on 3 main topics right now in Austria. One is sustainability in all its 3 dimensions. The other one is, of course, digitalization and artificial intelligence. And the third one is labor market issues, as we all in the service industry, and service industry needs hands and heads and dedication to our guests. What we see now is because of climate change, winter might change a little bit. We were discussing a lot of the wide bands going down from the middle station to the ground station in Austria. So we will have to rethink the winter because we want to stay a 2-season or year-round and 2-season with 2 strong seasons tourism destination. So we have to work now. We will start next week with Austrian National Tourist Office, which is also now responsible for innovation and digitalization and not only marketing as usually done by those organizations. We will discuss how can the winter look like in the next 10, 20 years, but we have to focus already on the next 3 years. And we will also have to start about the summer season. And this includes also which kind of tourist products do we need, what can we offer, what is, from our guests' point of view, interesting enough in a region which is driven by mountains, culture, its nature, its culture, and of course gastronomy. So we are discussing this really strongly, and what for me personally is really important are 2 things. First of all, we have to come from our targets to measures. So we created 4 pillars to help our industry to reach the goals when it comes to sustainability. We can discuss it later on. Mm-hmm. And the second thing is that tourism politics have to change. Before, tourism politics was only about some laws and legal regulations and financing the National Tourism Office to make sure that we do have enough guests. Everything else, when it came to innovation and product development, was done by the industry itself. Now, we have to change this approach. Tourism politics means that we not only are responsible for the legal framework, but also responsible for the management of different levels which we were working so that we all go in the right direction. You cannot create an artificial intelligence strategy in a country without everyone in the country involved, from the national to the regional to the local organizations, etc. So we are in a totally new situation. Transformation and not only change is what we have to deal with in all those topics. Mm-hmm. And we have to discuss a lot of things. Okay. As you said, how will tourism look in 50 years? But even in the next 10 years, it might need a lot of changes.
Mr. Hahn, it seems that all the countries have to adapt to new circumstances. What trends have you seen in Slovenia? What was the season like in terms of profits, of course, but also about potential overcrowding in popular destinations? And also, extreme conditions that are getting ever bigger issue in many sectors, including tourism.
Thank you for your question. First of all, hello for Slovenia, and I think I will speak in Slovenian. Why? Because I am sure that in history, in language is very important for tourism. Hvala lepa za vprašanje. Najprej, tako kot oba dva kolega,
First of all, well, there are the two colleagues.
Ali možemo na hrvatski?
Jaz prevajam.
Ok, hrvatski, v redu.
Dobro.
Najprej, ko oba dva kolega in mi smo v turizmu,
both colleagues and I in Slovenia, we are in those times very satisfied. We're all having growth. Croatia, Slovenia, we're all growing. So 2019 was around 6.7%, and the year before it was 4.5%. So, well, I believe we could say that was okay. But there is another problem. We all have good strategies. We all know what we have to do in tourism. We are all aware of that. And we know that we need to do that because of climate changes. We need something new. We also know that due to digitalization we need to start something new. But we all have one common problem in tourism, short-term and long-term. This is the geopolitical and geostrategic situation Europe found itself in. You can't prosper in tourism if there won't be any peace, if the wars will not end, if Europe will not do something to trigger the industry. And I absolutely agree with what the colleague from Austria said. I have to say, concerning the European Commission, well, I have some arguments to make against them. Well, tourism is an industry and they regulate it actually. Every day they came up with new regulations, but they didn't do anything concrete in favor of enhancing tourism. What we need them to do is to tell us what is Europe capable of doing for tourism.
Wasn't recognized as important enough or something else?
Well, if this is about these three countries, I know that Croatia has 25%. Tourism generates 25% of the GDP. Slovenia as well, almost 20. I don't know how high the Austrian part is, but that is quite high. And we, the ministers and all states together, have to do something within the European Commission to enhance, to improve the position of tourism. Otherwise, all the papers we have produced, all the regulations will be of no use. What we did, that were some, well, good steps we came up with, my colleague before me. It was quite, the position was quite clear. He offered all the Slovenians to travel all around the country, and that was how we survived in Slovenia, how our tourism survived, and we need more of such ideas. Otherwise we will have to cope with problems and with a drop in tourism industry in Europe due to the geopolitical industry I mentioned before, a situation I mentioned before.
Question for Mr. Hahn. Pricing is a general topic in Croatia. We talk about the price of ice cream, about the high level of prices that are increasing every year on a double-digit level. Is that a topic also in Slovenia?
Najprije
First of all, I'll never be the smart one for another country. I don't know what to tell you about other countries, but Croatia is my second home. I meet my friends there. I always go to the same spot, and I know that you cannot sell sea and sun only. Okay, the ads are good, the advertisement is okay as well in Slovenia as in Croatia, and I believe in Austria as well. But we need a break from that, because there is another problem. We have to do something in something together in all of the countries as follows. We didn't have to cope with the pricing policy in tourism in Slovenia. Such destinations like Bled, Bohinj, Ljubljana, Potrož, their prices are a bit higher, but otherwise we have top destinations in Slovenia and the prices are great. In Croatia, for example, along the sea, the prices are high. If you go to Slavonia, beautiful Slavonia, which is in the north of the country, the prices are far lower. So there's a difference.
I suppose regarding the position of tourism in the European Union.
Yes. You asked why do you think that is? I think because of the few reasons. And if there was anything good that happened from COVID crisis, it actually opened up eyes to a lot of people and changed the perceptions, especially about tourism. Because for all of us in tourism industry, as we witness it, as we live it, as we know it, we know how strong driver is for a whole nother sets of economic activity outside of tourism. The ones that are registered, in all kinds of areas. For example, I even, if you take a Croatian data in terms of overall arrivals throughout the year, even the industry as such rises, it peaks in peak season as the number of tourists arrive and things like that. Especially if you're a smaller economy, it drives a lot of economic activity that is not in particularly related, or from the statistical standpoint, is not related from tourism. That's one reason. And then you had big countries, big nations. We are, European Union is a political organization, of course. They always seem to have their priorities in some other industries, the bigger countries, which is normal, understandable, And they really didn't get how important is tourism for themselves as well, because it was just happening. When you're a tremendously big nation, when you're a tremendously big tourism destination as such, plus you have a whole other set of economies that revolves around, then you perceive tourism as something that's going to happen along the way anyway. But then it didn't. Then COVID happened, and then the statistical information radically changed. Even once it opened up, even once the industry and everything started going back up, still because of the inability to travel, inability to commute, inability to fly, and the reluctance of people to travel in such a big numbers, was created a hole that actually every single country experienced. And then what we also experienced is that everybody realized that we're not so competitive. The tourism is not so competitive as one might think. So then came, EU Next Generation. That came a Recovery and Resilience Facility as something, for example, that we have used, and we have managed to invest about 350 million euros of grants in tourism sector. This is for the first time it ever happened that we actually secured some significant money for tourism sector. And I know how difficult it was to negotiate with the Commission about this, because if you look at it again, it's the same perception. If you look at it on the purpose, 20% of GDP is in tourism, no need to invest in tourism, let's invest in something else and things like that. So it really takes a strong effort and data to explain how important it is to make that transition to greener tourism, digital transition, green transition. And we managed to negotiate, and we managed to secure those funds, and we distribute them to our tourism sector, and we believe that we have started a strong process of the green transition overall, the whole economy, because now, because of the laws and because of the terms and conditions of our tenders, All the newer projects now that are getting built, they are not getting funded by the EU funds or government funds. They follow the same rules, they follow the same processes, and it's a upstandard. It's it's something. It will be cheaper to build a different way, but they are, because they realize they're going to be less competitive, really, in years from now. So that was very important, and I think COVID really helped us change that, and that was a part of the reason. But now I agree with my colleague Khan significantly. Now it's time to make a next step. This was, recovery and resilience facilities at one point, as an answer to everything that's happening, how to get the economy going again on the European level. But now we need to get into the regular flow of finances that
and
go
make a step forward.
Absolutely, and that is going to be still a challenge, because everybody started, the big guys already started going back to their old routines and priorities, But a lot of things are happening right now in the geopolitical sense, and even from an economical standpoint, and from a lot of challenges coming from technology from China and things like that, that I think it's a great opportunity that we will be able to achieve this. And now, since the restructure of the European Commission, as you see, as we're going to have now a commissioner for tourism and for traffic, I think this is the first strong step that kind of makes me believe that we're going to actually be able to achieve this in this term.
Okay. Madam Kraus-Winkler, what strikes my attention in terms of Austrian tourism is that you have in tourism sector more than 50% of energy production from renewables. And also you had a pilot project that gave you an annual feedback in terms of local communities. So is that a path to sustainability, and what benefits did you take from those feedbacks? Because we said that quality of life of local communities is so critical.
Yes. As I said before, we created 4 pillars. One pillar, of course, is also the funding system, where we can do a lot of things to manage tourism in the right direction. We created a totally new funding system according to all 3 dimensions of sustainability. We do not fund any more beds which are in local communities with when they are already 500,000 overnights. So we tried also to manage a bit via the funding system the development of tourism, to spread tourism in a better way and not have them all centered in a few villages. This is one point. But the second very important point is the measurement of tourism acceptance by the locals. We had a pilot phase, which was 4 years. We started it in 2000. This was during the pandemic, because it was already in the pipeline. And after the pilot phase now, this year, we created a legal basis for this measurement of tourism acceptance by the locals, because we want to make sure that there is always a balance between locals, between tourists, between companies, and also people working in our industry. So from 2024, the first figures will be presented in spring 2025. The Statistic Austria will be responsible by law to measure also the tourism acceptance. This is, of course, a process. We started with a few indicators, but we will, of course, increase the indicators. And the regions and destinations do have the possibility to go much deeper than we do on the national level. But we want to know how can we integrate also the locals into the tourism development to make sure that we are fit for the future when it comes to tourism. The other 2 ones are, of course, the certification strategy. What kind of sustainability certificates will be accepted so that we don't have greenwashing, which is really important from our point of view. And we also created certificates for regions, because from my personal point of view, the key for sustainability is when the whole region goes for a certificate. Otherwise, you only have a few players in the region and they have their certificates, but it has to be the process for the whole region so that you are really successful. And every certificate is a process which starts and never ends. So as the moment they start to have a certificate, we will stick to it. And this is one of the movements which we need. And the last pillar is that we also created a so-called ESG data hub. This was done by the Austrian banks because they had to collect, according to the Green Finance Directive of the EU, they had to collect indicators from the industry, and the industry is 90% micro enterprises. So it was really difficult to ask them for figures which they are not able to measure. So what we did, tourism was the first sector of the whole economy that we created a system, an indicator system with the banks together and put them on an ESG data hub. Everyone can participate. Those who have debts have to participate, and everyone can also, it's for free, and everyone can also get the average numbers. So we really hope that we can take over responsibility and also show that we take over responsibility for tourism development towards the country, towards the stakeholders, towards the locals.
Just briefly to go back to this role of local communities, if they say that they don't want a certain level of tourism, what happens? What measures do you take?
Well, it's the responsibility of the mayor to give permissions for additional new projects. So we do have already in some area villages where the locals said we don't want a new hotel, or we even don't want to have a hotel increasing the number of beds. So it is an issue, it becomes an issue because people are much more involved when it comes to tourism, even if it's not with a high intensity of tourism intensity. You must imagine Austria has worldwide the highest tourism intensity when you divide the numbers of arrivals by the number of people living in Austria. So, and we right now, because the whole summer was about over-tourism in the newspaper. We were also with Hallstatt, a little bit with Salzburg, but we don't have a real problem. We have a transit problem when people from north go to the south, crossing Europe or Salzburg, but we don't really have a problem. Also, we have the highest tourism intensity with more than 150 million overnights and 30 billion of revenue out of tourism in a country with 9 million inhabitants. But the management of tourism, as I already said, is the responsibility of the tourism politics. And so we have to be very careful how we do this, and we have to be very smart.
Okay. Mr. Hahn, what is, of course, everybody are looking for sustainability, looking at green transition. What is specific for Slovenia? You have a concept of boutique tourism. What is that in practice? What has it brought you? What are the benefits for the people who visit Slovenia?
Dobro, Slovenija
is a relatively small country, but I'm glad to share this conference today with colleagues from Austria, and we can talk about winter tourism. And there's my friend Tonci, and with him I believe I can have a good chat about summer and summer tourism. With the plan we developed 2 years ago, we have said that we want to have in Slovenia exactly what you just said. Annual tourism with added value, because that is what we need in tourism. One, because that industry will make more money and will be able to pay people better, and that's the basics. So that what we work on, that is what we work on now. We have also inserted our gastronomy into the tourism and everything else. We believe that can contribute to that. Just one data. We are in place number 1 in the world, according to the green areas per capita. Around 10 to and we have stars, Michelin stars, 10 to 11 Michelin stars. I'm sorry. And that is meant for guests who can afford that.
Or more money in the pocket.
And due to that, we went into certain investments. That happened in the previous 2 years, and we also published many tenders and offered money to be spent for tourism. One is because we wanted to enhance, to improve the quality of our mountain tourism, and we wanted to reshape it to be able to use it and to offer it all year round. And we invested over 60 million euros to improve the quality of small family hotels and to be capable to offer something better, a higher quality. And that is fine at the moment. But let's not forget that we have wellness tourism very well developed in Slovenia. That is number one in our country. We have spas, you know, that we have many spas, and they are on top level, I believe. And that is what we are focused on. And I believe if we follow the leads, if we follow that path, we have planned, Slovenia has great perspectives to succeed. I believe we're on the right path.
When we talk about the future challenges, Mr. Hahn has mentioned twice the geopolitics. That is, of course, a major challenge. What is specific about Croatia is that we have a big share of tourism in GDP. It's way too high, according to many analysts. Do you find it as a strong issue? And what about other challenges like climate changes and the workforce shortages?
Absolutely. All the big challenges, and something that we have strongly considered in our new strategic framework, if you will. But maybe to start with the latter, what you mentioned, I think it was evident to all of us with the weather that we had this summer, and unfortunately it was like that pretty much across Europe, that something is significantly changed and something is significantly wrong. I mean, you had some of the most extreme weather with some of the most extreme weather conditions in practically the part of the year that is known historically as the best weather, always. And unfortunately, that's a sign that, climate change is happening, and it looks like it's not going to go away. It looks like it's only going to be worse, meaning that's going to significantly change the way we do things in the future, whether we like it or not. Colleagues here are from ECT. They've done a study in which says that even today, over 76% of the modern traveler today chooses its destination based on some sort of environmental and sustainable factor, whether it's a transportation or whether it's the service at the location and things like that. So that's happening already now. So basically we are all becoming very much in line with what's happening around. That's the second. If it's too hot, if it's 40 degrees outside and unbearable, people just simply won't travel. They will just choose a different time of the year to travel if they're going to travel. But here comes the problem. If your primary tourism product is holiday or sun and sea, as it is to Croatia, as it is to all the Mediterranean countries, and it's always going to be that way, unless the school's calendar changes and just the way of life, many things changes, people are not able to travel. For example, families cannot travel if the kids are in school, in the kindergarten, and that they're not in school only in summer, right? And if summer is too hot, for them to travel, that means that they just simply won't travel, or they will travel and stay home. They will, travel at some later point or in that time, but somewhere where it's more bearable. So this is something that's going to be a big issue, that we're going to have to attack, not just with strong promotion or pricing policies. It's going to have to be, hopefully not, but even some significant changes in just the way we do our yearly schedule. In things like that. And for us, we're very much aware of that. So this is why another strong impulse is that you have to change the way you do business. You have to change the way you are perceived as a destination, because these destinations that have the image of a sustainable destination, a green destination, in which you're still comfortable, they're not overcrowded, those are destinations that are going to grow. The others won't. The numbers will reduce, and then what you're going to have happening is you're going to have significant drop in prices in order to be somewhat competitive. And then at some point, you're going to be competing with countries and destinations that are well above your category, if you will. So this is why it's important to realize and understand, to know when it's enough and what numbers are enough. This is why for us we say the numbers are okay. We're happy with these numbers. We don't want them to be bigger in terms of overall arrivals and overnight stays. And because the infrastructure we have to create, the number of providers of goods and services that we have to create, they only are able to function and be profitable with those numbers. If those numbers reduce, and there is a considerable chance that they will reduce because of the climate change in general, but what Minister Hahn said, and it's extremely, extremely important, the geopolitical situation that's basically happening that affects not just Europe, but even outside Europe, the whole world. And then on top of all that, if you look at it, for example, for Croatia, 80% of our markets are, European countries and European markets. And most of our eminent markets are basically now like playing around the recession. They're close to their economic activity is reduced. So they won't travel because of, and then for example, a good example is a few days ago or a few weeks ago with all the floods that were happening just now. All across Europe. I mean, if you got something like that happening in your country and you plan to go to vacation, you're going to stay home, protect your home. You're going to deal with consequences. You're going to deal with problems because you simply, that's your priority. All of a sudden, you won't travel to Croatia or to Slovenia or to Austria. You'll stay home. So all this stuff is going to be happening. And we have to learn and figure out a way in which we are continuing to be competitive. That we keep these revenues that we're used to, but in a different world and different surroundings.
Do you think that European Union needs a common policy to tackle those issues, or do you think that every country will handle it the best way it can?
First of all, I think that the new commissioner is really important because it gives us a platform where we can discuss problems and find solutions together. I don't want the European Union to be more involved in every detail, because from my point of view, this is right now too much. But on the other hand, we need to have this platform to discuss our problems. I think that the next 10 years will be the years of management of visitor flows. And there we need much more know-how to do this. I see how the local mayors and the local tourism organizations are not able to get enough know-how and professionalism to manage visitor flows. So there are, of course, possibilities and solutions how to do this, but it will be a huge challenge of communication. Tell people how to solve problems, because we do have new kind of problems which they never had before. So we are now on the move to give more know-how about these solutions towards the regional and local tourism organizations, to the mayors. We created a brochure how to tackle tourism flows, how to create a balanced tourism, because even the mayors were unable to find the right experts. Is it an expert for tourism, or is it an expert for mobility, or is it an expert for someone else? The problems are too big for them to do it alone. So what we need from the EU is more support in know-how and less regulation, from my point of view.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Hahn, it seems to me that you are more concerned about geopolitics than about climate change. Seems that if Slovenia is very much focused on eco-tourism, nature-based tourism, maybe that part of climate change will affect people in tourism in Slovenia even more than in some other countries. How is Slovenia going to tackle that?
I do agree with everything you said. Yes, Europe needs to have financial background to tackle all the problems we have in tourism. And I do not want to have things more regulated, because Europe is regulating too much concerning economy, and that is why we are where we are. Slovenia was a green country, green destination, the 26th in line. We know that Slovenia was and is a green country. We have many forests, woods, and as regards green tourism, rural tourism, we shall work on, and that is why we need to take better care of those areas, of those regions of the energy. But the problems are somewhere else. Infrastructure, that is the problems. Sometimes you do what you do with the riverbeds, and the consequence is floods. But if Europe will have in mind that tourism is one of the industry branches, of economy branches, that generates high profitability, if Austria, Croatia and Slovenia will cooperate and go together to markets out of Europe, and let's show them that within 3 hours you can get from Dubrovnik to Salzburg, within 3 hours or 6 hours or whatever, by car, I believe that could have a positive outcome.
You mentioned also the ever-growing role of digitalization and artificial intelligence. Do you think that it will strongly affect the tourism sector? In what way? In what way can those innovative tools be used in the future?
I was explaining to my colleague from Slovenia today already that I was attending a 2 days future workshop in London 2 weeks ago about generative artificial intelligence, because we wanted to know how can artificial intelligence really help us in the tourism industry. And it was really interesting for us that there is a huge difference and when it comes to approach of artificial intelligence on the national, on the regional, and on the local or industry level itself. So I think on the industry level, hotels, restaurants, it's mainly about helping for the operational daily work, that using artificial intelligence solutions, and also to make a more individualized service to our guests. But it was clear that it does not, it always will need the people, but it helps the people to individualize the service towards the guest. It's totally different on the national level, because on the national level, we have to make sure that we are in the driving seat when it comes to to the tourism offers of our country. Otherwise, someone else will take over, and they will decide what they put into the systems which are found by artificial intelligence. When someone puts a prompt like saying, I want to have a ski destinations where I can come with 2 children, driving a max of 3 hours, having this and that kind of hotel and restaurant, and this and that kind of service. So what we have to do on the national level is take over the driver's seat for the artificial intelligent development of our offer, so that no one else is deciding what in reality will be sold from our country's tourism offers. We have to decide this, and there we have to take responsibility. So yes, artificial intelligence will be crucial for our industry, but in different ways for the different levels, and we have to be clever, and we have to know how to deal with it, and we have to start now and not wait until tomorrow.
Okay. Mr. Glavina, in the previous answer, you were focusing more on the climate changes, but I think that this position of tourism inside Croatian economy is very important to comment on. Do you think that with the changes, the policies, the new directions that we are taking, do you think that we need to maintain that level? Or what is going to happen with tourism inside Croatian economy?
Well, I think as a relatively small country in size and population, it's not fair to compare it, for example, with, I don't know, Spain or Italy or France. And let me tell you why. Because we are a country of about 4 million people. And during one calendar year, we have about 21 million arrivals coming to Croatia, which means this is like 5 times. So basically, this is the key part. Our market for natural goods and services increases by 5 during one calendar year, meaning it creates a lot of opportunities for outside of tourism, for businesses outside of tourism, because it just simply creates a bigger market. And good comparison for us is our wine industry. Wine industry in Croatia has been continuously growing and really made big, strong improvements in terms of market presence, market share, and things like that. But primarily of sales of Croatian wine happens through tourism in Croatia, at the doorstep, invisible exports, you know. And the best proof of that was actually during COVID. You know, during the year 2020, we only had 50% of arrivals. And the wine industry basically had a collapse, you know, because most of the wine that is sold here at the footstep, even though it's considered to be, it's evidence to be, you know, export or whatnot. So what I'm saying is, it's not necessarily a bad thing that 20% of Croatian GDP is tourism. It's not a bad thing at all. But it's a bad thing if we are focusing our revenues from tourism to be from just the basic tourism sectors, like food and beverage, accommodation, tourist agencies and such. That will be a bad part. But if we are significantly building more resilient economy in general because of these people that are here that are actually buying our goods and services, then we're doing a good thing. And we are actually making a strong development in that sense. So we don't need, it's not going to be a problem if tourism remains a big part of GDP, as long as we keep diversifying and using it to diversify the economy. But you do have to take in consideration, that with everything that changes, you know, that you have to be able to be resilient. And if you are predominantly just focused on one economic activity, because tourism is not a sector, it's more like an umbrella of activities, then you are bringing yourself in the possibility that you will, that you possibly could be exposed significantly. And that, you know, that's also evident. But at the same time, COVID proved that tourism is a lot more resilient than everybody thought. Everybody, the general train of thought from macroeconomic standpoint is that tourism is very vulnerable and subsidal to significant changes. I mean, the whole economy collapsed during the COVID, and then tourism actually made it back pretty quickly back, which also proves that the way of life has changed. So travel before was a want, and now it's a basically need. And then with the ability of people to work remotely and things like that, it opens up the opportunities for us in many ways. So we have positioned our tourism in a way that what we want to build is an environment in which we will strongly consider all the negative aspects that are happening around us, and climate change as well, but geopolitical, economical, and things like that. This is why we keep saying is, okay, enough is enough. That's one of the reasons. The other reasons is, as this part of a reform process that we're doing right now, that tourism is just a part of it, and this is a good thing because it doesn't revolve around tourism. Tourism is just a part of it. We are trying to basically reduce taxes for labor taxes and move that burden of labor taxes to the real estate. To the properties, which means that you will allow every single employee in Croatia to have a high salary, so which is good. So we're basically also sending a signal, do not rely on property, do not rely on real estate. This is not something that's in the long term sustainable. This is something that has been, and that it is right now, but we have to move away. We have to look at it outside of that. We have to reform ourselves so that we are resilient. So that is the focus, and this is, I think, a challenge for all of us that's going to be happening for the next 10 years. I mean, I also said a few months ago that some of our research shows that possibly, depending on how things go, by the year 2030, we could have 30 million people in Croatia rather than 21 that we have right now. And if that happens, where are they going to be at? Are they going to be in same towns in which we already have crowded infrastructure, crowded cities, infrastructure, things like that, or they're going to be in greener areas, they're going to be in Slavonia, Gorski Kota, Lika, things like that. So many challenges, but I think basically the framework is there. Now what we have to do is implement. This is the hardest part now, the implementation, because I agree 100% with colleague Khan. He said it great. We all have good laws. We all have good strategies, things like that. Even our destinations, the regional destinations, local destinations, they all have great strategies. But the problem is they're not implementing it. And now when you go with a strong implementation, then people start reacting and be like, whoa, what do you mean? Okay, yeah, I'm for reform, but not me, you, but it's all of us, Yeah.
We are nearing the end of the panel. Mr. Khan, your final words, what should be the focus of future trends and implementations that we have to take?
Ja sam sve rekao danas o geopolitici i o
everything about geopolitics and about limitations, and that is all true. But there is another big problem which will be a big challenge for tourism and for Europe, and that is labor. We do not have people. That is the biggest issue, short-term issue in tourism. We need people, and we need to do something about that. The demography in Europe has caused trouble in Slovenia, in Croatia, and most probably in Austria. It is the same situation, and it represents a big challenge to us. Due to that challenge, we face such political deviations, developments going into directions we do not want to. We all will steal, in brackets, from the other country. We will steal people from them. We try to get people from other countries to come to work for us. And otherwise there will be no tourism. But it has become an issue, because if they come to work without a smile on their faces, it's useless. And that represents a challenge to all of us. The challenge is labor force, our people, and they need to be satisfied.
Yes, I would also like to emphasize what Minister Hahn said. Labor is crucial for our industry. We had 50% Austrians working in the industry. Now we are between 40 and 43%. 35% approximately are coming from the internal market, and 20% are already coming from third countries. There is a competition for labor, skilled and unskilled labor already in our industry worldwide, but also, of course, in Europe. We have to make sure that in my country we are quick enough with permissions and that we are attractive enough. We're working hard on that, but it's also a political issue. It's not easily, whatever logic you have doesn't mean that it is the logic of your political partner. So it's really difficult to find sometimes solution. Also, you know what the solution would be. You are not able to put it into force because of political restraints. Then, of course, our industry is one of the best industries in the world, from my point of view, of course. So we have to make sure that the image of our industry is high, because right now too many forces are trying to put our image at a low level, which I don't want to accept. And of course, we have to be smart to manage the future. But I'm very positive when it comes to tourism and the future of tourism. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. It was great to hear all of your comments and analysis. Please give a great applause for our panelists.
Thanks to our dear panelists, we gained some time. That means there is now prosciutto for everybody and food outside. Please, ladies and children first, and then everybody else. Take your time. We have 20 minutes because you will, of course, be back after 30, so never mind. Bon appétit. premium offer. Marinas, hotels, charters, everything you think we can use to upscale our performances in tourism. About that, about something which is named Stories, 100% premium, we will go to see and seek the answers in a few moments. New trends, everything is about trend, and what we can offer is something that Andrea Vukojevic, the tourist sector director from Croatian Chamber of Economy, could offer you all. Please, Andrea, join us on stage. They say the legacy lies in offers which we have to foreigners, but especially for those who live in Croatia. So, veseli me što ćemo skrenuti pozornost našim dragim prijateljima koji imaju mogućnost postati dio ove priče. Stoga, sretno i uživajte.
Hvala. Znači, ja cijelo vrijeme ovak tu moram stajati. Ha? Dobro. Evo, nadam se da ste vidjeli ovaj naš lijepi video prije nego smo krenuli. Traje 2 minute, pa nećemo gubiti vrijeme sada ponovno na video, budući da ukupno imamo svega 10 minuta. Evo, jel se čujemo? Da, možda mi je čak lakše ovako. Ja vas sve lijepo pozdravljam ispred Hrvatske gospodarske komore, ispred sektora za turizam i u moje osobno ime. Posebno pozdravljam, ali evo ne vidim je sada ovaj trenutak u dvorani, Ivanu Kolar, organizatoricu ove hvale vrijedne konferencije Turizam 365. Ivana je inače i predsjednica naše zajednice zdravstvenog turizma, ali mi danas nećemo pričati o zdravstvenom turizmu. Kao što ste vidjeli u programu, naziv ovog kratkog introa je Stories 100% premium. Ja ću za početak, evo Ivane, pozdrav našoj Ivani i hvala na pozivu. Ja ću za početak pitati tko od vas je čuo za platformu Stories, neka digne ruku. Pa dosta vas je čulo, što je jako dobro, a za sve ove ostale koji zapravo niste čuli je ovo prilika da upoznate našu novu platformu. Što je to zapravo Stories? Stories je prva nacionalna platforma premium turizma u Hrvatskoj. Mi smo je lansirali ove godine u travnju.
And today we have 100 members and we're very proud of that. We're very proud of these 100 members because we are in the market for 5 months. Why? Well, all the strategic documents, Croatian documents, speak about sustainable tourism up to 2035, and it talks about positioning Croatia as a high quality tourism destination along with sustainable plans. So, for the first time we're here at such a conference, well, and premium tourism would mean tourism 365. Of course, it is important to get together all our members at one spot and to offer at one spot exactly what we have in the segment. When thinking about that in our sector are many societies from our members, it was our desire to get together or to gather exactly those members. How to do that, we thought, and we decided to gather them in 7 sectors or 7 categories. Until now, nobody did that. We're the first ones to do so, and these are charters, restaurants, campsites, travel agencies, hotels and apartments. So everybody who has to offer something to our guests are on this platform at this very moment. Of course, we shall expand. We have many more ideas, but for the beginning, that's it. Members in these 7 categories. When talking about what premium is, there are numbers based on studies, and at the moment we are also working on a study, and that talks about what tourism in a premium segment is in Croatia, and actually what is the potential of that, and how can we develop our work. For now, we can say that 5% of the Croatian offer comes from the premium segment from the premium segment offer, and luxurious offer is something smaller. We believe that it will grow, and some projections said we will grow to 15%, which means that in future there will be 20% of the total offer in Croatia, which of course is not a small number. And that positions us as a premium destination on the world market in luxurious tourism. But when talking about premium, what is it? Premium doesn't mean luxury. Luxury is something we believe to be expensive, to be branded, but premium is something completely different. When talking about premium, we think that premium is an adventure, is an event, is a happening, is something autochthonous. Something special offered to our guests. For example, a Mediterranean way of life, Croatian way of life, along with specialities. A speciality can also be an apartment, a private apartment, but let's not forget our cultural heritage, our rich heritage, and let's also not forget all those criteria our strategy talks about, and this is resilience and development. And all that leads us to premium, and at the end we haven't forgotten our satisfactory guest who leaves Croatia and heads back to his home with a satisfied smile on his face. Now a brief video, and in the meantime I shall tell you a story. We wanted to have a digital platform. That was our first step. And after we decided that we shall divide that into 7 categories, it was very important to define the criteria and according to which we will include the members into our platform. We have founded a big premium segment group, and the members of that working group are representatives of the ministries of tourism and sport, the Croatian Tourist Board, the Ministry of Sea and Culture, all the presidents of our association, of our group, of the Croatian sectors. There was also the faculty for management in tourism from Opatia. So all of them very experienced, those who are every day in contact with our guests, and they know what is most important for them. And we worked hard for 6 months. And last year we started to develop our criteria. So before you saw what it looks like, and if you want to become a member of the platform Stories, it's very simple. Go to storiescroatia.com, choose the category you belong to, fill in the form. Those are with the criteria we have defined. The platform is very user-friendly, it's quite simple. And send us the form. And after that, the evaluation process starts. The evaluation also consists from a commission, our strategic partner, that's the Ministry of Tourism and Sport, the Croatian Tourist Board, and the Chamber of Commerce. After 7 to 10 days, the most, the evaluation process is concluded, and we'll see whether you have met the criteria or not. Until now we have received 150 applications, but 50 cannot access the platform, which means that they will not and cannot become part of our platform. But 100 of them have entered the platform. That is what it would look like on the Croatian platform, and for all the details please visit our storycroatia.com platform, where these categories and the numbers can be found. We believe that the numbers will grow, but for the moment the result is very good. What have we done during the previous 6 months? We've talked a lot in the media what premium tourism is, why it is important, how can you take care of your region, how can you develop it, who are the premium guests, how do they understand Croatia, what do they think about Croatia, what is necessary to be additionally developed in Croatia, what is the potential. We were on student trips regularly, we went to other countries in the surrounding, we visited many conferences, many events, panels, and we returned from the Bahamas last week, where for the first time in the world market we presented our stories experience Premium Croatia with our members, and their members have presented their business. It is important that for the members of the Croatian Chamber of Commerce, this membership is free. No, not completely, I'm sorry. It is symbolic. What shall we do next year? We have already planned it in our program. We want to participate in luxurious fairs in Latin America, in the US, and also together with our Croatian Tourist Board, we shall exhibit at various fairs. We will organize student trips because we want our members to see how things are being handled in other countries. And then we will travel around here in our markets and on international markets. We spoke already to the Croatian Tourist Board, define the brand, because we want our members to know that on one platform they can find everything important for Croatia. It is important for us to position ourselves properly, to have a good platform and to find a proper position, the position of the greatest national platform in tourism in Croatia. During the Days of Tourism, which will be held November 21st, 2nd and 3rd, we will also talk about that on our platform. We will organize a party for our members. This is also very important for us because we would like our clients to exchange experiences and to talk to each other what is important to them in tourism, to them and their clients. And we'll be at the European Hunt Fair. I didn't catch where it is. And we will take our members with us to this conference, and that shows that the timing is good, that premium is something we talk about, and that our members have recognized the importance of being present at such markets. Many US citizens have already recognized Croatia as a good destination and they would like to visit Croatia. There were some questions, I heard them before. Have you ever been to the Maldives? Well, that is a faraway destination because there is also plenty of space left to develop. But we're not the Maldives, but we're definitely a country ready to develop and ready to offer specialities in tourism. At the end, here are some of our media ads everywhere. We're promoting premium tourism in Croatia a lot. I don't want to go through all our partners, many of them. Strategically, there are a lot of them, primarily the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, then Croatia Full of Life, all the counties, the Tourist Board Association, and we have also commercial partners, and we're negotiating with many others as well. So, thank you very much for your attention. I hope that was 10 minutes. I know that many of you would like to ask now what it is. I'm on your disposal. I'm really happy to be cooperating with you in future. And after this short presentation today, I believe you have an image what we are intending to do and how we plan to develop. Thank you very much. Have a great time at the conference. See you later.
Thank you, Andrea. Hvala na predstavljanju platforme. A sada, and now, the story is true. We gave a special call, we sent few emails. She said, okay, maybe I can come for a few hours just to see how you're doing. Then we said, yes, everybody will know what she does throughout her work in tourism. Few words which sound so familiar, Boteko and Konnas Traveler, are just a small part of all the things she does because she loves tourism. And she's here to share whatever she collected and maybe give us kudos or a few important things that we can improve. It is my great pleasure to introduce you a lovely lady who's joining us just for this conference. Julia Kinsman is with us. Clap your hands, ladies and gentlemen, because she's our first superstar of the day. Talking of tourism, and I see in a proper manner, when I see mobile phone turned on timer, that means she will be always on time. Welcome to Croatia. It's a pleasure to have you. The microphone is yours.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's going to be hard with my... Is it not working? Okay, great. We can freestyle. Maybe I have notes, a lot of notes. Thank you very much for having me, because your time is precious. If I was to add up all of the time and money you've all spent to be here today, that's a lot. And I take a great responsibility to deliver something. Thank you. I wonder what you're thinking when... What an intro as well. What a build-up. I wonder what you're thinking when you know, I'm going to be here to talk about climate. Do you think, oh, gosh, here we go. We've heard about climate all morning. We just want some tips. We want some networking. We want our businesses to fly. When are you going to get to that? Don't worry, I will get to that a little bit. Bear with me. There's a lot of what I'm going to talk about in the program, actually. It's really, really excellent. I know you're all at different stages. And the thing is, please forgive me for using notes. Sasha said earlier his English was not so good. He needed to read. My English is pretty good. I still need to read it. Sorry. So a lot of you will know a lot more than me about how tourism ticks. You'll definitely know a lot more than me about how to get policy into force. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to encourage you all to be open to new ideas and to think forward. And to remind us we need passion, we need energy in the climate conversation. I scribbled that down earlier. A quick intro to me. I've been a journalist for more than 30 years. I know it's hard to believe. No. Broadcaster. It means I take complex issues, I hope, and I tell stories that make those easier to understand. I was the first sustainability editor of a mainstream travel publication, Condé Nast Traveler, in 2020. I've been a travel writer for a long time. I had lunch with Petra Stusek. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her name right. About, could it be 25 years ago, 20 years ago, in Ljubljana for Time Out magazine. I was founding editor of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, if you know that, hotel guides. I created the voice of the brand. Everyone told us back then, 22 years ago, nah, it's never going to work. It's too niche. We did it our way. Last year, as an OTA, I don't know if you noticed, it sold to Hyatt for millions and millions of dollars. We created our own story, and I forgot to sign loads of my share option papers, but that's another story for another day. In 2015, who cares? I'm not driven by profit. I left to focus on trying to change the sustainability story, genuinely. Back then, when I pitched stories, I was, Smith had evolved into a travel brand, which is great, but I'm a journalist. So I went back to that. Travel editors told me, Juliet, I'm not interested in sustainability story. These are such boring ideas, nor are my readers. True. They care now. So we would think, right? They don't care enough. They do not care enough. A lot of us who work in sustainability in our little echo chamber, we think everyone's aware. They're not. I'm going to be really honest with you because you're here to talk about trends and insights. Sustainability articles don't traffic well. I know. Some of my articles at Condé Nast Traveler are the least read, probably. But they're read by people who are decision makers, thought leaders. What we do know is that the doomsday declarations and scenes of cataclysmic weather events are not working. We need to change the climate story and how we tell it. In all honesty, I'm seeing sustainability drop down the agenda. I'm glad we've heard about it all morning, but it is dropping down the agenda. The science, the stats, they assure us we are in a climate emergency. We're not acting fast enough. As the minister said earlier, capital is winning. I'll tell you for who it is not dropping down the agenda: insurance companies. You won't find anyone who works in insurance who's a climate change denier. They know what's coming. If I had one bit of advice, it's to think about how you answer this question. Are you measuring your impact, positive or negative? Because you'll need to. It's like a tax return. Just don't leave it too late. You'll always wish you'd done it earlier. Because as the saying goes, we cannot manage what we don't measure. You know this, right? You know this stuff. I see that Carlos is going to be talking about data-driven insights. It's really important. The biggest priority, everybody knows we need to bring down carbon emissions, right? I love that they talk about the elephant in the room. I spoke to my friend in Costa Rica the other day. He called it gorilla in the room. Let's mix it up. So flying. I'm not even going to talk about flying. We all know aviation. It's actually only 3%. We all know. I don't need to talk to you about that. I get flight shamed. I get so trolled. The reason I'm so impassioned, I get really trolled by Extinction Rebellion, if you know what they are. They send me really horrible messages. I keep going. I say to them, it's nuanced. I send them LinkedIn requests. I say, DM me your phone number, I'll have a chat. It's nuanced. Tourism unlocks climate solutions. That's a whole conversation. We need to reduce our reliance on natural resources, right? Did you know that only 2% of all the water in the world, think about it, all the water in the world is all the water there's ever going to be in the world. It's the water from the beginning of time, and it's the water of the future. Only 2% of that is fresh water. Some island nations, they've already run out. It's redistributed around the world. That's how it works. I mean, I don't need to give you a geography lesson. 20% of that 2%, it's in Canada. I met some lovely people last night. They're not here today who are from Canada. I have a Canadian passport. I just keep wondering if that day's going to come when, you know that really big country under Canada with a little bit above in it? I wonder if they're going to invade for this most important of resources. Countries have invaded for other resources. There is a lot of crazy, crazy, crazy geopolitics in the world right now. We heard that. Geopolitics is part of the climate conversation. Climate is part of geopolitics. Some might say it's all about who has access to what resources and minerals. Take a moment, think about it. We won't go there now. I'm really bringing the mood down. I don't want to do that. If you have started measuring that all-important data, it's increasingly needed for B2B conversations. Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. She's gone there, Scope 3, buzzkill. Well done for getting ahead of what's mandatory, because regulations are coming. My next question follows on nicely from our last chat. Are you telling good enough stories? All right, let's see. What are stories but data with soul? Brené Brown, one of the top ever TED speakers, she talks about vulnerability. I feel a bit vulnerable right now. We're meant to talk about it and be honest. Stories are powerful. They help us make sense of the world. Neuroscience says that we're 20 times more likely to remember interesting information if it's delivered in an engaging story. Stories help us explain the why behind the numbers. And I'm sorry to say it, guys, we're all in it. We're all in the machine. Goodness knows we don't need any more marketing messages in this world or jargon. Not unless they're helpful. Not unless those messages are helpful. The great news is I stand here in front of you today No corporate agenda. I am freelance. I have nothing to sell. I'm here on behalf of the climate. That sounds really grand, but really, that's what drives me. And because we need to change the story of how we do business. The thing is, sustainability and climate, they are nuanced. Our actions can't be represented in a spreadsheet. And we need to translate a lot of what we talk about into human. I tell stories that help us navigate the nuance, I hope. And I try to bring it home why looking after nature matters, why climate vulnerable communities need us, and wealth distribution. I try to help people understand why educating young women in remote rural areas is a climate solution, why water scarcity is a ticking time bomb, the importance of removing plastics from our value chain, meat from our menus. Some of this might be uncomfortable, but it's the reality if we really give a shit about sustainability. I even try and make soil health sexy. Immigration. The more right-wing governments get in, the wave across Europe, they're anti-immigration, they divest from green energy, makes the world heat up faster, more people on the move, more immigrants. It's complex, it's nuanced. We need to share stories that make things relatable, digestible, and they make people actually care. And by the way, look, I'm not here to represent any politics, anything like that. I'm just telling you how I see the world. My second tip, we need to be more human, and we need a lot more different voices and uncomfortable conversations. Have you noticed that we're all white in this room? That is how we change the climate story. That is why travel is so powerful. Engaging with people in other cultures and other countries humanizes our world, and we realize those on the front line of the climate emergency aren't different to us, they are the same. Where we are born is just a lottery. If I had the technology, I'd bring you my friend Giel from Sudan. He'd be here with me now. You'd all be in tears very quickly, and you'd be embarrassed. There are no people of color in this room if we're going to talk about climate. Challenge is, climate solutions are often at odds with what suits our businesses and our politics and our economic growth ambitions. Come on, let's be real. I'm not an idealist, I'm a little bit. I'm a realist. When you look at what's better for business, the good news is it is often the same as what's sustainable. So let's scale what's good. You know this. We've heard it today. It's in the program. We need to extend off-season, less environmental strain. We need to reduce our energy use, turn down the air conditioning, better for our bottom line, better for our carbon footprint. Encourage less towels actually being turned over, cut down on housekeeping's bills. Tomorrow's customer will notice when you're doing the right thing for the right reasons. Gen Z already picks the climate-conscious brands. By the way, diversity falls into that too. They notice whether your brand speaks to people of all abilities, all ethnicities, all ages. We need more young voices. Somebody talked about workforce being a big challenge. It's shown that more diverse company cultures have better staff retention. Now, icebreaker. It's a bit weird, right? Halfway through, I'm going to do an icebreaker. Halfway through the day. I kind of wish we'd done it at the start of the day. But before I share some key takeaways from New York Climate Week, where I was last week, and I promise not to make you feel bad, can I have everyone's attention? I kind of do, thanks. Everyone's attention, thank you. I want to ask you something really personal. Really, what do you, I'm looking at all of you, what do you care about most? Genuinely. Take a moment to think about that. Is it a local or a global challenge? Does it keep you awake at night? I think work keeps most of us awake at night, right? But we need to think about other things. Surely there's something you wish you could fix. Maybe it's the health or well-being of your family. Maybe it's turtles, saving turtles. Maybe it's a stronger sense of purpose as an individual or as a business. If you could fix anything, what would it be? Now, you can continue these discussions because I'm trying to keep to time and a lot of I'm pretty good at keeping to deadlines as a journalist. I want you, just quickly, very quickly, to choose someone you don't already know. You don't know them. Sitting near you, so we'll have to manage this. I'll get a drink of water. Quickly, tell each other, human to human, how you feel about something that matters to you. It might be uncomfortable. That's how we grow. Make them care. Right, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to do that. Speak to someone you don't know, look at each other, and say, I care about air quality, someone might say in London. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be too big, too small. What do you care about? Go on. Right. I know you all want to talk about this more, and you're going to talk about it afterwards. I have a little bit more climate to get back to you with. Thank you so much, really, honestly. Human connection, it's so important. It's about energy. Einstein said that. Everything is energy. We're exchanging energy right now. Right. So ask yourselves, thanks. Is there a way you could be helping tell better stories when it comes to what you care about? Maybe something you talked about. I spent a week in New York last week, Climate Week. It happens at the same time as the United Nations General Assembly. Truth is, all I could hear in cafes, in audiences, at the UN, was people making business deals in the old-fashioned way. I could just hear them trying to, keep up with their KPIs, make their bonuses. There were lots of thought leaders as well. It was amazing. But what it really showed me is climate needs to be at the table of a lot more decision-making tables if we stand a chance of future-proofing. It also reminded me we need a lot more people from the global south. It's always a word that triggers people if they're not used to it outside of sustainability and climate. You get it, right? Global north, we're in the global north right now. The global south, 8 billion people in the world, half of those, 4 billion, predominantly people in the global south, are the ones suffering the consequences of our lifestyles. And I know it's uncomfortable and I sound like that person, and lots of people are like, oh God, here she goes. But it's true. We need to change the climate story. Genuinely, I stand here with no agenda other than, I hope, sparking some thought. As Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created them, right? So, 4 takeaways from Climate Week New York. So number 1, regulations and reporting are coming. Are you ready? The reporting of climate and sustainability performance is becoming mandated in audited financial statements. CSRD, you know all that. The EU's Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, similar laws all over the world are kicking in. Does that mean compliance chaos awaits you? Well, loads and loads of tools are out there. Honestly, there's so many tools. Reporting frameworks are getting better. Austrian minister, she said she wants less regulation, more know-how. I love that. Well, also, it really chimes with me. The thing is, André Gide said this 100 years ago. Everything that needs to be said has already been said. But since no one was listening, everything must be said again. All of that. Thank you. It's all out there. It's all online. Have you seen the World Wide Web? It's there. As the Minister of Tourism spoke articulately as well, but I can sum it up, act now. Number 2, big takeaway, you don't need to fly into Manhattan and pay for a hotel to get this. A fossil fuel phase-out needs to be scaled. UK news yesterday, United Kingdom became the first country, well, that is closing its last coal power station. Did you see that? After 142 years. Thing is about the UK, I have a Canadian passport, but I obviously live in the UK, you can hear that. My mum was English. They got that whole Industrial Revolution party started. So it's only gracious that they should be the first to bow out of that party, really. That's how I see it. Xi in China, whatever you think of him, and their dismal human rights. They say, of course, they'll be using fossil fuels for many more decades, but he seems to be, and this was something that I heard referenced, he seems to be taking personal responsibility for the green transition. Really. I mean, as someone who's on the panel next said to me yesterday so articulately, the thing is about China and authoritarian regimes, whatever we think about them, they work like one brain. I love that. That was such a good way of putting it. So, is China going to be remembered as being on the right side of history when it comes to future human rights? Something to think about. We have to have provocative conversations. Number 3, you all know this also. You didn't need to go to Climate Week New York. Protecting and regenerating nature is one of the most powerful climate solutions. We all know this. Mangroves. I don't need to explain that to you. Mum's explain it. We need more trees. Trees in European cities, I read a report the other day, told me, if you have cities that have more trees in them in Europe, it can bring down average temperatures by 12 degrees centigrade. GTS, Google that shit, it's true. Thing is, there's a lot of greenwashing out there, backpedaling. So many pledges pegged on 2030. I feel sorry for 2030, don't you? It's like, oh my God, I can't deliver. It's just around the corner, and that is why hard data is needed and action. I'm going to ask you all a question again. What's the color of sustainability? Go on, throw me a color. So, someone said black, green. No, it's transparent. We need transparency and we need accountability. And that's why we need to have at least got started on our sustainability journeys. I'm sure lots of you have. It's never too late. There's no judgment. Just start that journey. So my 4th takeaway from Climate Week wasn't one of the official ones. It's mine. It was my observation. Think about it, right? What is the sector in New York that most benefited from Climate Week happening in the short term? All those hotels, dynamic pricing, at accommodation, at capacity, at full rate. Those flights, those taxis, all those restaurants, tourism, business travel anyway. It's a lot of money. It's tourism. Imagine if all those activists, CSOs, chief sustainability officers, everyone's got one these days, middle management, C-suites, if they'd all signed a contract on their ROE, return on emissions, ensuring they made sure their money went to businesses actively helping advance climate change solutions. I believe, like here, I want you to have return on your time. Wasting time is just wasting another resource. It's really, really important to think like that. If we really signed our own little contracts all the time we did all these things on how are we going to close the gap between intention and action, we'd see some change. But there's a disconnect. Our industry is 12% of the global economy, and it's going to get bigger. But it is only on the official program for COP, the Conference of the Parties, the United Nations Climate Conference happening in Baku, Azerbaijan later this year. First time in 29 years, our sector is on the formal agenda. Crazy. Our industry matters. And imagine if we could join more dots in all our thinking. Everyone in here matters. Ask yourself, how am I helping? I'm over time now, I'm so sorry. I'm just going to say, So I'm going to give you an example. So something that really brought home to me, a story that helped me understand climate better, biodiversity, the Datai Langkawi in Malaysia. They showed me when I was doing a nature walk there with Irshad Mobarak, he's like the equivalent of David Attenborough in Malaysia. He showed me there are 138 types of fig wasp. And for each one of those species, of fig. And for each one of those species, there's a fig wasp. Each time a fig species dies, a fig wasp species dies. That's how nature works. We know that. You know, everything is needed. Everything is a different piece in the infrastructure. I always say to people when they don't, because people, this is our responsibility in bringing things home through a story. Think of a keystone in architecture. If you have a big arch, and that little seemingly insignificant stone at the top of the arch, that's what holds up the whole construction. We talk about keystone species, bison, bees. We need people to understand what that means. We need them to care. JFK just underwent a $19 billion renovation. I'm in the airport, and I see they have composting bins. So I showed it on Instagram. People are like, oh yeah, like putting your food in the compost bin when you're flying. Absolutely, flying is going to be the biggest way of adding emissions to our own footprint. Of course, it's crazy. We must fly less. But we still need to share these little stories. We can't diminish these moments. Every message matters. The potential for exponential storytelling in these situations is vast, and sparking behavioral change is crucial. This is how we change the climate story. And now look, finally, I couldn't stand here and not mention the gut-wrenching stuff. I started with Croatia's average temperatures on the rise over a century. Did you see that? We know that. The whole world has experienced the hottest year on record. I don't know what news your algorithms serve you, but it's pretty hard to escape those headlines. New York Climate Week told us, you remember that 1.5 degree Paris Agreement? Pipe dream. We're lucky. We're past that tipping point, and we're lucky if it's going to be less than 2 degrees. That's really serious. I don't need to tell you, do I, about Arctic ice melting and it becomes darker, which sucks in the sun rays, which causes a feedback loop, which means it then melts even faster. I don't need to explain this to you. Our kids are being taught this in school, thank God, more. By the way, upside for that, I wrote an article for the Evening Standard. I did say, because of the world heating up, the Balkans is going to be a top destination instead of typical Southern Europe destinations. Floods everywhere. Have you seen what's happening in Nepal right now? Right now. Hurricane Helene. I lost my own, this is true, I lost my own home to a flood in London in 2021. I lost everything. Miraculously, one drawer of pictures of my grandparents survived. I still can't get insurance, right? True. That's on its way for lots of people across Europe, all over the world. Parts of America endured 100 days of 100 degrees or hotter, and yet at least a quarter of those in decision-making positions in Congress are climate change deniers. I'm being conservative with that number. Just as we're bringing in AI to deal with so much, they reckon that's upping our energy consumption by 5%. You've probably all read this, you know this, right? But it's 1 step forward, 2 step backs. It's nuanced. Our digital shadow is part of it. Wildfires all over the world. When I was in Portugal, I could smell and see the smoke from Canada this year. Researchers think that that smoke in the United States could claim up to 15,000 lives a year. Those don't fall into the standard climate calculations, I can tell you that much. Like I said, it's nuanced. We need to do the numbers. We need to navigate the nuance. We need to make people care. Climate needs a seat at the table every time. As the minister said, it is time. Thank you, I went a bit over. Thank you very, very much. Ask more questions. Everyone needs to ask questions all the time. Come on, someone throw me a really difficult question.
I said it is black, the color.
Yeah? Doom?
Yeah, because I'm a journalist as well. And you remember me how it looks like. We're going green on black energy, which is also, but we need to start.
Oh, I see. Dirty Grids, you mean? Right. That's a rock band. Dirty Grid. Anybody got a question? No?
because everybody's writing some papers, and it's always about towels, it's always about water consumption, and I have no idea how much water do I spend during my stay in the hotel, which always says, please reuse your towels. Is it enough?
Well, greenwashing, the term, you probably know that. It was invented in 1987 by a guy who is Jay Westerfelt when he was on holiday in New Zealand, and he saw those signs. So greenwashing literally comes from those signs, greenwashing about the laundry, where a business pretends to care about the environment, but actually it's just saving its laundry bills, and that's fine. Green hushing is a bigger problem. People who are too scared to say anything because of the call-out culture, just keeps talking about things. Just that's why we need data. I've seen a lot of the big hotel groups now are now data washing, however, because they can just dazzle us with these big numbers and we don't really know. So it's nuanced, but that's why storytelling is so powerful. Decide about something you care about, educate people around it.
Okay, about the sustainability. The best thing I heard about it on one of the conferences I've been last year, it's that's a mindset and that's a lifestyle. Not examples, lots of examples, not the water, not the towels, but only the mindset 365.
So I always see it this way. Some people say it's top-down government. That's what regulation is. Some people say it's bottom-up. Bruce Poon-Tip from G Adventures, he'll tell you it's all down to the customer. I read Harvard Business Review, released a paper last December, said it's all about the middle management. So I say engage your core. It's like Pilates. All of these people, all of us can do something. So it's not about lifestyle. It's just, well, every single time we make a decision, right? For me, the most important one is who you give your money to. That's the most important one. I mean, I go to hotels all the time. My hotel I'm staying in is, I checked, first question, is it Croatian owned? They could put a bamboo toothbrush in there. It's still a giant hulking piece of concrete. So we just have to think about the bigger picture, and we really need to think about the money side of it, because really that's what makes every decision. It's economics. And that's what New York, if I'm really honest with you, it's really depressing for me. I grew up there in New York. Actually, I didn't say that, but I did. It's all about making more money. And I know that everyone in here needs to, and I know profit's important, but that's what it's about. And we need to think about wealth distribution, and we need to think about sustainable economic growth and how we employ people in our supply chain to do good. I don't know if that even remotely helped, but yes, thank you.
Hello. I'd just like to give a shout out to the United Kingdom for the coal-fired factory closure. Cool. Don't have many reasons to be pleased. But I'm interested in the younger generation emerging, incredibly passionate about sustainability, incredibly engaged to a way which may seem extreme to many of us, and how you see that overlapping with tourism and its continued growth and development, and what people in this room might need to think about for the next 10, 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're talking about trends, right? I'm pretty surprised you don't have more people speaking who are Gen Z, if I'm honest. They're the ones with a finger on the pulse for trends. I was on a panel last week about the media with someone who's the founder and editor of Impact on Instagram, @Impact, 2.4 million, puts mine to shame. They do care, and they do care about who they give their money to, and they want transparency and all of those things. They're really, especially in the new markets, traditionally, if we look at the new money markets, as they're called, the current people might not care. And I know you have a lot of that in Croatia this summer. But their kids are going to start caring because of course they care. They can see their entire world is a dumpster fire in front of them. I mean, they're going to wake up. There are so many things happening that affect them. So a big trend, the other thing is, big trend is really short, snappy messages, which I'm not modeling right now, is, the less you say, the more they hear. Remember that when you do your marketing and your social media. The less you say, the more they hear. So that's a big trend. Snappy, short form messaging. And I mean, look, everybody, there's reports like Booking.com always gets quoted. 80% of people care about sustainability. 99% of people will tell you they care about sustainability. Their purchasing decisions won't necessarily reflect that. It's not a converter. I work with Intrepid. They sponsor my podcast. It's not a converter. Sustainability is not a converter. I know it's annoying. You're trying to reconcile that with your current strategy, but we need to talk about sustainability without talking about sustainability. Thank you. Should we move to the panel? Surely you're all sick of me. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
When we speak about food, it's more of that. Well, I have a question. You have a question? Yeah, of course. There are slides. I mean, sustainability for this generation is still like the play of the generation. We all have to feel really bad because what we are eating for the generation. So what's actually our responsibility as this generation? Because we're not going to change the world. Can we just start educating the new generation? Can we at least start the trend that this will become a new normal and literacy in a new generation? I mean, we don't need to take the blame, but we can still do something. So let's see something positive out of this. So what is the part of blame left for new generation?
Yeah, I mean, I think they need to feel confidence in, they need to feel confidence in politics and economics, government, and the way business is done. I think a lot of people are choosing B Corp companies because of that. We just need to walk our talk. I mean, everyone's talking the scripts. I think that we need to show them. I think there's a lot of performative behavior. You know, I'm really honest with you. People at the United Nations, lots of older guys in suits, that just doesn't spark optimism. I mean, honestly, I was there at the UN. I was privileged. My dad had been at the UN. I was so excited. I was with a bunch of content creators, influencers. They have no respect for that world. Really, they're like, you guys made these problems. So we just need to show them we can do things differently. For example, United Nations, I was listening to a talk. This is a perfect example. On fashion, they're like, buy less, buy better. Really think about conscious consumer choices, holiday seasons coming up, really care. Honestly, she stepped off the stage. She said to me, do you want to go to the gift shop in the United Nations? I was like, wow, that's a bit jarring. We went there, everything in the United Nations. We've just been in the Sustainable Development Goals tent, by the way. We go in the gift shop at the UN. Everything's made in China. I've got pictures of it. It's on my Instagram stories right now. I mean, stuff like that. There's a disconnect between what they're hearing people saying and what we're doing. We're not modeling conscious consumer. We need to care, and we need to care about people of color. We need to care about minorities. We really do. We need to show that. Otherwise, they're just like, it's just colonialism. It's just a different form of economic colonialism. I'm sorry if this makes people go, oh God, that. But it's my thought. Thank you. Surely you've had enough now that I dropped the colonialism bomb.
We had no problem with that.
Oh, some people do, though.
Experiences with colonialism.
That's true. I thought about that earlier. I thought about that, actually. I really did.
You can join us for the panel now. Maybe another question pops up. I will leave this one here. The problem is, in Croatia, that everybody talks about sustainability, and then it's cheaper to fly to Split than to drive.
Of course it is. And that's business. We reward what makes sense for business.
Actually, we are putting money into it because it's subvention. So you can choose any seat except this one, because you're a guest, you flew from far away. That was some proper RP. Thanks for that one. You sound like my teacher. That's cool. Now we're going to do another panel discussion. Yay. What's up? Still not done, and you're still already... Hard topics, huh, this year. Not so easy to listen, because we are part of it. Companions. Maybe I'm the guy to be blamed. Maybe you are. Maybe we are. But some solutions must occur. Or at least we can get some knowledge. As they said, smart people ask others as well. So I ask another group of lovely people to join us on stage. Juliet is over there already. I now ask Federico Fernandez from our Arab Aviation Summit to join me as well. Hola. Executive Advisor now from DBC Diadixia, dear File Jorge Aide Georgia Dojitu. Georgie Tsilia Saimo. Nice to have you again. Michael Jost, Head of Group Strategy Product, Volkswagen Group, founder of ED Tech. Join us, please. That's a topic everybody will talk about in Croatia. New subventions for new vehicles, but no charging stations that actually work. And now, member of Management Board from Valama Riviera, the only lady who always comes to our conference and asks good questions. Welcome, nice to see you again. Ivana Budin-Arganic, the panel is yours, the floor is yours. UK do it. May the green be with you.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me. Honestly, I think the lunch before this panel and the wine are are the thing to blame for maybe an audience that seems to be a little bit tired. We're going to try to wake you up. I'm very excited that I'm moderating this panel today. As you know, I'm very often at this conference, Tourism 365. This conference really brings many different perspectives to what Croatian tourism needs to think about as we look towards the future. And I'm sure that this panel will contribute from a very, very different perspective, which is also why I'm excited to moderate this panel today, because we have 4 very different panelists coming from completely different backgrounds, different expertise areas, different geographies, different perspectives. I guess we should start. I'm not going to introduce you. If you haven't checked out the panelists, please do so in the program. We have aviation experts, we have driving, auto industry experts, we have EU-level tourism experts, and we have Juliet, whom you've heard really has a very global view from her experience in sustainability. And we have a very difficult topic as well, or very common topic, some would say, a topic that's been thrown around a lot, sustainability and how we can navigate the shift towards sustainable travel. Everyone is talking about it. Our mouths are full of this word sustainability. We in the industry here in Croatia and tourism are also, we think, doing something about it, we hope. If you ask people from different industries who work in different companies, large and small, they are working on sustainability in one way or another. But is it enough? Is travel becoming more sustainable? Can travel become more sustainable? Are travel and sustainability two words that are actually in contradiction? I mean, we heard that we are approaching 2 billion travelers globally. And we expect this number to grow really faster than GDP. So more and more people will be traveling. Can that be sustainable for the planet? So I think there's a very wide range of angles we can take on this question. And I would like to start with where we are today and how you see the situation today for sustainability and travel. So are we moving towards a more sustainable model? Is travel becoming more sustainable? Is travel good? Can it contribute to sustainability? As Juliet is saying, maybe we can change the narrative. How do we tell this narrative of sustainability and travel? And maybe I would start with I don't know, Michael, with you, and come down this way to Juliet with this first question. So how do you see tourism today in terms of sustainability, tourism and travel? How sustainable is it and where are we today?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The first travel is for me mobility. And mobility is a factor of success. Yeah, if a society is very mobile, you are much more successful than you are not mobile. Yeah, if you stay at home or in your local town or whatever. So sustainable travel, sustainable mobility is not a big deal for today. Yeah, we decided in the VW group, we decided 2018 that we move from combustion cars to full electric cars. That might be 10 more years, but it will come anyhow. And that is much more energy reduction. We have in Europe fossil energy about 8,000 petajoule. If we cross the bridge to full electric, we need only 2,500 due to much more efficiency. So for the cars, it's very simple. For the planes, I believe we need e-fuels, yeah, because we need H2 for this, because you cannot put batteries inside. And for the nautical industry, you need range extender with e-methanol. So, but all this technology is given. Yeah, we build every day new cars. The VW Group builds 40,000 cars per day, but only 5,000 electric, because the demand from the clients, from the customers, are not given already. So we remain in the past, we remain in the behavior of yesterday, and we do not jump into our own future.
But you think it's possible that with advances in technology, and especially in the auto industry, we are moving in the right direction towards electric vehicles?
We decided. Yeah, the VW Group. It's a group with 660,000 people in the companies. Yeah, of all the brands from Porsche to Skoda. We have in the supplier industry further 2 million people. Yeah, so if VW decide we go electric, we go electric. But we need more time due to the behavior of the society. So it's not a question of technology, it's a question of communication. And that's our fault, yeah? We spent 60 billion in technology, but 1 million in communication. And that is the same for us here, yeah, for tourism. It's not the question what we do, the question is how do we talk about, and that the clients know what we can deliver.
Okay, so move on to George. If we broaden the perspective, because sustainability is not only about protecting the climate and CO2 emissions and lowering the CO2 emissions, especially in travel and tourism, we think of sustainability very widely, and we have to, because tourism and travel has very high impact on the destinations where people go, on all kinds of resources, not merely CO2 emissions. So from that perspective, the more people travel, the more places they go to in the world, the more resources they use or impact when they travel. Do you think there is a way to do that more sustainably? And where are we now?
I'm very glad that you stick to the questions that you brought, exactly. So everyone is prepared for this. Anyway, I've been here for many years in this conference, and I really appreciate Ivana and the team and everybody and people that I meet, because I've been here with different roles also, in my government position in Greece, then in UNWTO and WTC and everything. And I think every year, the sustainability, every year we discuss it, and as Frano said, it's getting more difficult. We feel the pressure. Sustainability was in every previous years because you talk about tourism sustainability, okay? And I realized that what the car industry does is doing in the right direction to produce and towards decarbonization and towards the climate change and climate crisis. But you know, in Greece, it's very difficult to buy electric cars. But even if we buy and we have the income to buy the electric cars, then we don't have the infrastructure. So it's like a chain of different things. Just to put it a little bit more general, and I hope that I will not. I was very carefully listening to your, Julie, to your presentation. I was very careful, realizing that, okay, now she gave all the answers. What should I say during my presentation? And so, but you know, you answered most of the questions in a bright way, and I will put it in a more technocratic way. When we talk about sustainability, and it's not only travel, I think, and I believe that it's sustainable travel. We will see how we will address it, or how we'll explain to it. But then we need to have sustainable tourists, if we say so. I mean, if we can, we need to be sustainable as tourists, like sustainable consciousness in the destinations. And then the third one is that we need to have sustainable destinations to accommodate the sustainable tourists, that they would travel in a more sustainable way. I mean, now it's a little bit more complex, and we have, we'll discuss a little bit later, but I think we can make sustainable tourism. How we do it? Then the first thing I think is that we need to think smart about choosing the destination. We don't go to Venice in the summer. We don't go to Santorini in the summer. We find probably another destination, but if we still want to go to Venice, what we do is we go in February or we go in March, as an example. And then when we go there to the destination, we need to spend locally, because we know that sustainability has the three elements of social and economic and environmental. So we travel, we select the destination, and when we go there, we spend locally, which is good for the benefit of the small local economies, the small businesses. And then when we go there, we need to respect the culture, which is a social issue. And then we need, because people is tourism and people will make tourism sustainable at the end, we need to get together with the local communities and get together with the people so as to make it all this cultural exchange. And if we make it so, we go one step further. And then, of course, we have to be environmentally, we need to respect the environment in the places we go, which is the other element. The garbage, the water consumption, everything that we discuss, and I don't want to mention again. And then, at the end, I think we need to make it more sustainable if we do some research. We need to do some research through the digital innovations that we have. Either we use Booking, either, and I remember that Julie said that 3 out of 4 in Booking.com in that report said that, oh wow, sustainability, yeah, we'll do it sustainable. But 50% of those people, 1 and 2, think that to travel sustainably and to do sustainable vacations is very expensive. And it's not quite far from being a true fact. So we go, we spend there, we respect the people, we respect the environment, and before we go, we need to sit down and think and do our research and how to travel, what to spend, where to spend, and how to respect the local communities. And it's one step. I mean, you cannot have sustainability.
Yeah, I like how you described the whole ecosystem and all the different parts, links in the chain. But it made me think of Federico, how do we get there? The first step, if we fly. So, and ever since Greta Thunberg took a sailboat to the UN meeting and, the whole flight shaming sort of trend caught up.
Do you know how many people had to fly to New York, crew, to get that? But I'm just saying.
Yeah, probably.
Boat.
And Federico, you are in aviation, and at first glance, it seems coming to a sustainability panel might not be so easy for an aviation expert. So, tell us, what do you think? How can the aviation industry change and really get the stigma off, and really become part of the positive story about sustainable travel?
It's super easy to be here, to be quite honest, and I thank you for the opportunity. And I will limit myself into the sustainability of aviation. That is a huge engine for tourism. But in aviation, we don't transport only tourists. Leisure is one part of it. We have business and we have ethnic. These are the 3 main characters that you transport in aviation. And I'm here to tell you to fly more. Because it's not a shame to fly more. If we as in Europe start to continue on this trend of flying less, we will be missing a huge opportunity that I will come across and say it, and others will fly for us. And our development will not be as good as others, because other civilizations will fly. It's the only way that you can have to reach our families after a long part of work. It's the only way that we have to go on a sustainable way to another place to have fun, and it's also a good way for us to do business making our country even more sustainable. The fact is, and I'm not a politic for aviation, I'm sorry for that. The fact is that we only generate 3.5%, no, 3%. We are so precise and we care so much since the last decades into sustainability, because weight is a problem. We need to spend less. So even before the sustainability view of it, we care about it because we need to spend less fuel all the time. And the breakthrough that we have until now, it's unbelievable, 30 to 40%. So imagine we are responsible for 3%. 3.5% if you calculate the contrails and nitrate itself. Tourism globally is responsible for 8%. Transportation is responsible for 14%, right? I see, since I've been on this, because I accelerate innovation projects in Middle East, I had to go to Middle East because in Europe we don't do that in aviation, okay? So in Middle East we do that, and since I'm there, I'm counting around 450 million. And I remember in 2015, a European company asking for money in the Middle East. It's called Neste. They're doing SAF fuels. So we have SAF fuels, we have electrification, and we are advancing faster and faster for zero carb solutions. An industry that is already penalized so much, but nevertheless, I think that we are doing a great job on that. We will continue to do a great job on that. I was in the AKO headquarters when we had Greta March, and everybody was sent back home, and we were just regulating for people's safety. We are not doing anything else. We are not flying. We are taking care of your safety. The generations that are pushing this big sustainable drive are not Generation Z. I know that we are very sexy aviation, everybody speaks about it, but this actual generation that is creating engines with hydrogen, that is Heart Aerospace, as an example, in Northern Europe, that is heavily invested by the United States of America. I didn't see any investment from the Balkans or any other areas, are working so hard in electrifying connections and then advancing mobility that they not even speak about it. So technology is there, fly more, demand more sustainable solutions to fly. That is what we need to do.
Great, thank you. So Juliet, I mean, you gave us a really broad picture and many interesting ways to think about sustainability. But if you focus on travel, and you really are a travel expert and the travel industry, how do you see the travel industry today? How sustainable is it for 2 billion people to be hopping around the planet? What is the narrative? What is the story behind those 2 billion trips a year that is good for the planet?
If you put me under hypnosis, and I had to answer that truthfully, tourism as a sector, as it is, if we define sustainability by weighing up positive impact versus negative impact, I tell you, it was not sustainable under hypnosis, but I'm conscious. So I would say, if climate justice matters to you, if the statistics on the amount of people who fly a lot in the world, the top 1% frequent flyers, if the fact that the carbon footprint from those lifestyles disproportionately affects people who will never ever get on a plane, and you're cool with that, then I might say, well, the economic benefits of wealth distribution through tourism is excellent. Melinda and Bill Gates, back when they were together, they had their aha moment on setting up their foundation while standing in Kenya, that no doubt got there on their private jet. There was a moment where they saw the need to send money through tourism to protect these areas and pay for conservation. If one of the greatest crises in our world is biodiversity crisis, and through luxury tourism we can funnel money from those who have money. And by the way, the United States, there are 3,500 billionaires in the world. 1,500 of those are in the United States. Next down is China, only 50, right? If we can get more money, whatever means it takes, from the pockets of those who have it to the most climate vulnerable destinations so that they can have jobs, so that their communities can stay together, so that they can be custodians of nature, so that their husbands don't have to go and live in Dubai to become taxi drivers, great. But we need to really think, as I said, about that return on emissions, and we need to think about equity, and we need to not reward high carbon lifestyles.
Okay, I'm going to turn back to Michael. You were chief of strategy for Volkswagen. When you were looking 20 years out, what kind of mobility and what kind of travel from point A to point B were you imagining? How are people traveling in 20 years, other than, of course, in their personal cars? What else is changing?
I believe there are two big changes. And I believe it's not 20 years, it's less than 15 years, because we have an international deal. The deal is Paris 2015. That means 2050, a CO2 neutral society. That's a deal, yeah? That's not a discussion. That's our deal. And if we come back from the future back, if it means 2050 CO2 neutral, that means we have to stop selling cars with combustion in 2040. This car is launched in 2033 and developed 2026. So we stop now development of combustion cars. It's only the first step for the future mobility. You know this device, the smartphone. This smartphone killed, in the year 2000, Kodak and the digital camera industry, in between 4 years. This device killed in 2 years Nokia. And if we keep not care what happened in the mobility industry with electric and full automated driving, then the Chinese guys will kill us and eat us like a cake. So what will change? We decided to spend 60 billion in full electric cars and full automated driving cars. And 4 weeks ago, I drove 1 hour in Munich without any hand on the wheel, on any feet on the brake. 1 hour without any mistake. This car I drove will come to the market in 2027. I expect in 2040, it's not allowed to drive at your own because it's too much risk. And what is the big benefit of automated driving? It's not only accident-free. You get your time back. We figured out that each business guy spends 2 years of life in a car for driving. If we give this time back, it's a time machine. You can sleep, you can work, you can socialize, because the responsibility for driving is at the car manufacturer and not at the driver. This is only in the industry of pickup. Truck industry will be the same. In 10 years, all new trucks in Europe will be full electric, because trucks are best for electrify, because you have 4 hours driving, 4 hours break, 4 hours driving. This is regulated. That's very simple. And 4 years ago, I talked with Tonchi and his colleague and say, what will happen in the backbone of Croatia? Because Croatia is a logistic backbone for goods and person on new Europe southeast. Yeah, because Europe will extend to southeast. And Croatia is a backbone. And that means we need energy, energy, energy. And Croatia has solar. Croatia has already wind. So the best opportunity to get much more energy into the system along the backbone. And last one, please. There's no reason why any new car is not fully electric. There's no reason why every new house is 95% grid-free. A kilowatt peak solar costs 100 euro. A kilowatt hour battery costs 100 euro. It's about 1% more cost to have every house 95% grid-free. So for me, sustainability not a question for discussion. Sustainability is for me, act now.
Okay, so we've solved how people are going to move around sustainably, it seems. But George, what you were talking about is what happens at the destination level, what happens when they come there, the experiences they have, the places they stay, the interactions, the people, how it affects the communities. So how can we make that more sustainable. Because if this happens, I mean, people are going to be traveling more than ever. I didn't have to drive, I'd be in the car all the time, going places, right? So we'll have more and more people buzzing around, at least let's talk about Europe and our part of the world, and going for little weekend trips or afternoon trips a couple of hours away and, you know, getting back after midnight because you don't have to drive. And so we'll have a lot more people going around, traveling. But then when they come to the destination, this creates certain challenges. How do we sustainably host them? And I'm not talking just about energy and the kind of electricity we use, but how do we make that better for the communities? How do we make that kind of high-scale tourism actually good for the communities?
Yes, it's a matter. I mean, I understand that this is a very nice picture that the industry. No, it's a reality, as you say. But again, I believe that it's not for all. I'll give you a small example about Greece, and I'm sure it happens in other countries also. Some time ago, when we say that 2030, we're going to have 50% of the emissions of decarbonizing, whatever, what happened is that from COVID, from geopolitical reasons, for other reasons, from the climate crisis, in Greece, we have managed to shut down some coal mines or lignite mines, but then the government decided to open up again, and this has happened also to other countries. So I'm not very sure that even if the industry and the technology, of course, the technology and digitalization and artificial intelligence in the cars that they could drive without any driver, actually, you can sleep in the car and take you there, okay? Then this would be only from, I believe that in the coming years it will be only for a small or not big, I could say better, part of the tourists, part of the population, part of the communities, for the small communities. And I cannot believe that Santorini or Mykonos or Venice, because you know about Santorini and Mykonos, would become sustainable if VW makes more and high technology cars. So this is the core of your question. Tourists will come in destinations, but by 2030 and 2050, maybe the destinations would not be able to accommodate those people. The signs of over-tourism, and I'm not talking about Barcelona and other places, which is, you know, it's extreme there, but you need to, that 365 days per year to expand the tourism. To make it more sustainable, you need to provide the opportunity to destinations to plan, even for the urban plans or development plans or regional plans or national plans, to plan so as to accommodate and offer opportunities for tourists to come and be a part of the community during their vacations. So you know that in the European Commission, and now I'm a part of this expert group there, we're discussing that the European policy, EU policy for 2030 is that to become green, to become more digital, to become more sustainable, okay? And they have 5 axes in that transition pathway. We're going to discuss that in the coming 2 weeks in Brussels. And it's going to be, we need to be more green, as I said, to provide, and all the legislation and what is produced in Brussels or the national legislation, I agree that we have too much legislation and no steps implementing and moving forward. So the axis we are talking about also being more digital, because digitalization, artificial intelligence will change things in the way how travel and how accommodation and how spending money would happen, okay? And then we have skills. We have skills and we need to have an upgrade of skills. You know that in Greece and in Croatia, I believe, and in other touristic regions that they increased the number of arrivals, they have a shortage of people and the sort of skilled people to work. In Greece, it's You know, it's a situation that you cannot find skilled people. And then you have resilience, of course. You need to be resilient in order to improve and to go on with sustainability. And of course, you need to have cooperation between the EU and the European Commission, the countries and the destinations, which is rather to going from an upper level of the European Commission. You know, the European Commission and whatever the EU mechanisms are not be understood by the local communities. It's a huge distance between up there and what finally is the benefit for the communities. So it's a step-by-step process. I'm probably one of the most optimistic persons in my life, in professional life, and in life in general, but sustainability, I'm not saying, because I remember you wrote good or bad. It's not, I mean, it's not black or white, okay? It's something good, okay? If it's sustainable, it's something good. But if it's not accessible, if it's not understandable, if it's expensive, if we cannot do it at the end, at least we need to do some steps to achieve understanding, to achieve local prosperity, to achieve a kind of change in the minds of tourists that would travel, and of course all these, you know, hotels do it very well in terms of waste management, in terms of soaps and cleaning and whatever. So we need to do smaller steps, but we need to do them, and we have a little bit delayed in this.
Tell better stories. And you also touched upon one important thing theme that we don't have time for in sustainability, which is the demographics related to this challenge of people. Who are the people that are going to be the skilled people, the people who are working in tourism and travel,
Gen Z
people who are going to be living in these destinations. And where, you know, in Europe, I think this is a very important challenge. And maybe Juliet, I feel you want to say something on this. You're just sighing at the topic.
We've forgotten the actual official definition of the word sustainable, given by Gro Harlem Brundtland when she was Prime Minister in Norway in 1986. Sustainability is meeting our own needs without compromising future generations to meet their own needs. We are over-consuming. We simply are. We are. We're using too many natural resources. We're taking more than we're putting back. We're not regenerating. The balance is out. And really, for me, that's sustainability. Are we in harmony with nature, or are we taking more? If you look at the amount of people moving to cities, I don't need to tell you all this. The built environment, you know, the challenges of that. Are we meeting our own needs in a way that is not compromising future generations? I think we all can say we're probably not. So ultimately, it's not so optimistic, and it's nice to be optimistic, and I love the way, I mean, sustainability said in a Greek accent is surely the best way possible, but we do have to be a little bit real here, right, about impact.
Yes, but I also think what you said earlier in your presentation, that the economic aspect is extremely important. So, you know, things are driven by, the economy is driven by profit, by business, by growth. There is a certain drive for economic growth that is fueling everything else that we do. And it's crucial for survival of our economies, and then also way of life, etc. So I think we mustn't forget that. So yes, we need to balance. We need to balance how we grow the economy and create value in a way that is more sustainable.
And who that economic growth is benefiting, and whether that is trickling down, because a lot in hospitality floats up the money instead of floating down. So is that, I mean, we all know we need economic growth. I mean, that's the most polarizing, divisive topic that you can get to. But you know, economic growth at what cost? Can we use that growth to benefit those who are suffering most from unsustainable situations? Yeah. I mean, that's reality. Surely everyone can see that.
Okay, interesting. I think we probably need to try to wrap up this very difficult topic that we're trying to wrap our heads around. But I would like to hear maybe a little bit more from Federico about, you know, from the aviation perspective. You were at the Arab Aviation Summit, and we were discussing some new technologies, some exciting innovation that's happening on that front. And I don't think the audience here is very familiar. So, explain it to us maybe as you would to your grandmother. What's going on in terms of new technology and how is aviation changing?
I was trying to research, especially with the countries that are here involved in this very interesting discussion about travel, Slovenia and Croatia, about the efforts that they've been doing into these new technologies of moving people, flying. There is none, and I understand why. It's too sexy to touch. And even now with this drama on the government investing in, they don't speak about it, investing in their own aviation companies, because we can't speak, we can't travel. This is wrong. Somebody will do it for us. It's just a wake-up call. Now, when you travel nowadays, you travel in one of three aircrafts manufacturers: Embraer, Airbus, or Boeing. So these are we call the legacy, like Volkswagen is a legacy manufacturer of automobiles. We have, since 2014, an average of $10 to $15 billion being invested every year in the new form of transportation that's also by air, that is a new generation of helicopters. If I have $500,000 in my bank in Dubai, I will still not be able to fly a helicopter every day. It's very expensive because it has a lot of maintenance, a lot of costs, and it pollutes a lot. Now imagine a solution like that with no pollution, no cost, not as big as cost as that, a simple cost. And this is what's happening. At this moment, we have around 150 companies fighting to get the first devices out. So there will be 4-seaters, 19-seaters, 20-seaters that will allow me, for example, in 10 years, when I come to the 18 conference, to be back to Zagreb airport with zero impact in terms of fuel impact on carbon, to the airport in less than 15 minutes. And on a path that there is no traffic, right? So this is what is coming, and I think it will help the new generation of helicopters. I will explain this to my grandmother like that, or my son. It's the new generation of helicopters that will cost the same, more or less the same as an actual Uber, and will use a different channel to travel. It is the air at 1,000 feet. So that is called advanced air mobility. And that advanced air mobility will also bring, in some channels, will also bring the good thing that is we will receive packages from that same channels in the different device that will be a drone or whatever. Other countries are looking at that very strongly. United States of America started low, but now the White House gave also I don't know how many millions to FAA to lead this. EASA, it's thinking about it. It's send it to 2050 because they don't want to have the mess and the political drama. Other entities, other governments are taking very serious and very fast, and they will come and sell to us this technology. We will have it later on. For Croatia, it's very important because of islands and to bring people there in a sustainable way. So we need to be alert to this kind of movements, what others are doing or investing with. Also we need to be demanding more sustainable choices. And I know that airlines are doing that for you at this moment. And even without knowing, the airlines from third world countries arrive to European airports or Middle East airports, and they will get their fuel already with a percentage of SAF. And we only produce 10% of SAF that we need. And last year, 250 billion were invested in refineries of SAF. One country is leading that, Sweden and Denmark and USA and Japan. So we are, I think, on a good perspective. I don't want to be the positive guy here, but we are definitely in a good perspective. And we need to do something that it's very dear to us in aviation when we are flying. Just to finish, when we are flying, if something happened very bad, we don't think about it. We have three things to do. One is, can you still fly? The second is, can you navigate? And the third one, ask for help. But before that, we will stick to the subject. And the issue now is we will continue to be mobile. We just need to ask for more sustainability. The market will deliver to us and lower this 3% threshold, lower the 8% of tourism to be None, virtually none. This is our goal.
Great. So, Juliet, can you maybe just give us one or two of your favorite stories of some of the luxury hotels that you have been following? You've been in the luxury hotel market and tourism market for years. And I know on Buteco you feature some stories, and so maybe you can share with us, just as a kind of learning from this panel, what are some really good examples? So to finish on a positive note, as Federico said, and not to feel bad about sustainability after this panel.
Karaoke.
Maybe tell us some positive stories, some great things that are happening.
Okay, I'm going to tell you a positive story. It's why I do what I do. So it's through hotels. Actually, there's a copy of my book I put there for Ivana. Yeah, it's in that book. So when I was working for Mr. and Mrs. Smith for 15 years, and I was looking at all these hotels, I could see some hotels were really doing a lot for communities or nature, but one hotel that I've been following since the beginning, since they were just starting to build it on Instagram, I saw it. And the creator of this hotel is my mentor. She'd be embarrassed if I said that. She considers, well, she thinks we're friends, but she's my mentor. Zita Cobb. She was born to a mother and father who couldn't read or write, no running water, in a tiny island on the easternmost islands of the Americas, in Newfoundland, Canada. At the age of 5, she got typhoid. She was put in a hospital on the mainland in Canada. This wasn't planned, by the way. I know it makes it sound like a wedding speech. It wasn't. On the mainland, in a hospital where the other kids with typhoid had to go. This is probably, I'm going to guess it was in the 50s. And there's razor wire, barbed wire around it. They couldn't leave. And she'd sneak up to the adult floor and she'd read all of the books on the adult library. She taught herself to read. She had this huge, huge appetite for learning. So when she went back to Fogo Island in Canada, just today only has 2,000 people living there, she could read. And as the fish, all of that, think of all that cod in Canada, it started to disappear. People were overfishing it. It's kind of like a metaphor in many ways. And then the fishing sanctions came in, right, in Canada in the 90s. The fishermen, they lost their jobs. They had no other skills. Remember, he couldn't read or write, her dad. She was the 7th of 8 children, the only girl, right? Her dad said to her, Zita, somebody's taken, they have Irish accents, did you know that in Newfoundland? Somebody's taken that fish and they're learning how to make it into money. You've got to go away and you've got to figure this out. She went to Carleton Business School in Ottawa, where I was born in Canada. And, well, fast forward. She retired, the highest paid woman in Canada through fiber optics, age 50. Actually, I think she might have been in her 40s, right? She had all this money. She thought, what can I do with it? She created an arts charity on Fogo Island. Charity, philanthropy is not sustainable. But what she did do, this tiny rocky outcrop, look it up, Fogo Island Inn, and she
we had it last year at the conference as one of the case studies.
From Zita?
Yeah. But maybe
wonderful.
The audience, some people know from last year.
It's the best story ever, and I'm writing on it. So she created this inn, and she wanted it to be the economic engine for this community. This is one of these remote rural communities where everyone's just going to go get jobs on the mainland, really low level otherwise. She created dignity. She restored economic gave them a reason to stay there, work there. She redeployed fishermen. She redeployed boat builders as furniture makers. Beautiful furniture. The furniture's in the Victorian Albert in the UK. How very colonialist of me to say that. But anyway, what she did, and this is the lesson for us all, she taught me about economic nutrition, leaving money in local destinations. She taught me about economic leakage and why that matters, and why you need to leave money in local pockets. So the economic nutrition label, which she created, which is, just Google that, please, go on your phones, put FOGO, economic nutrition label. Just like a label on a cereal box tells you the calories, it tells you where that money's going, right? And it shows you how much of that money is staying in the local community, and it's going to people. A lot of the businesses that we hear from and hear talking about sustainability, their spreadsheets, whether they're property developers, whether they're venture capitalists, the column where the money goes to human beings, yeah, knock that one out. We've forgotten what it means to look after human beings in travel. We are a people business. right? So I don't mind flying. You fly anywhere you want in the world if that money is going to land in local communities' pockets and it's going to help human beings. So Fogo Island Inn, that's the most inspiring hotel, and that's why I do what I do.
Okay, great. Michael and George, just maybe quickly before we open up for questions, something positive to stay with the audience.
I think I just, I want to sleep tonight and have a dream that I would buy an electric car and then travel through Europe and then go to a sustainable destination here in Croatia, where I would stay in a luxury hotel that everything does not have plastic or other things at all, and then eat organic farming, and then before the end of my life sometime, I would have that sustainable experience. But then, if it becomes a nightmare and there is a global crisis, whatever it happens, I don't know, geopolitical or with, I don't know, the crisis from the climate and everything, maybe there are big floodings, and then I don't know what would happen with the car. Maybe it's flooded and it's like the same old car. I mean, it doesn't make any difference if you cannot drive on a flooded road or a bridge, you cannot go. So I would not go to that, and even if I managed to crawl to that hotel, there wouldn't be any water in the swimming pool because there is, no, this is it, yeah. And then there will be no food. Yeah. And there will be no food because the climate change and crisis will destroy crops and everything. No, I prefer to see the optimistic. I would like, now I know Michael, I would I will ask him to make me an offer to buy a car because they are very expensive in Greece. I will go to Germany and buy an electric car and bring it to Greece.
So what can you tell us about future of sustainable travel that you think, on the optimistic side, hopefully?
Say again?
I said, can you tell us how you see optimistically something sustainable in the future in terms of travel, not just cars?
Yeah, I can let you know. 4 weeks ago, we started with our first full electric speedboat and launched it, and we launched it in Croatia. Last week, we started to build our first villa resort, 95% grid-free. And this boat, to these villas, to our Porsche, will be our next story.
Great. That's a great story.
I will put this in my dream.
This is the end of when you arrive in your dream.
Put it in your
the
pocket.
Car that you get an offer from Mike. Okay, I think we have to be conscious of time. So, any questions for the panelists from the audience before we thank them? Yes, sir.
And we're back after commercial.
Sorry. It's more observation for Mr. Michael Jost. When you said that Croatia is a backbone for logistics, Croatia is also socially very challenged country. So if you think about it, if you bring all of those self-driving vehicles, people are going to lose their jobs. So I think we need to educate every one of us. I agree with Ms. Juliet. Every one of us needs to be a messenger to a new way of life, to re-educating people to start servicing those vehicles. So you can't just bring tourism. You actually need to bring a facility that will educate people to bring other jobs. Because if they lose their transport, and that's what they live from, you're actually depleting a country from their profits. And then about the profits, you need to be transparent where those profits are going. So if I'm paying some percent to sustainable travel, I need to know where that money is going. So I think it needs to be the global starts with us. It starts with you, it starts with us as a company. So when I'm selling my itinerary, they know where that money is going. They see the person. That's just an observation. So I do want to know, how did you envisage that part? And also, I think tourism can stop, because you have countries like Croatia where, I'm sorry to say, guys, but it needs to come from a government to start educating children about not to trash the place. Croatia still has a lot of trash all around. So I think tourists are more educated about the environment than we are here. So for us, it's a good thing when American comes and say, hey, where do I recycle? Because our person is going to say, I don't know, should spend it there in the nature. Well, that's what happens, right? So I think tourism can stop because it's actually the platform for all of us to learn how to behave, because some cultures can't. And that's about it. Thank you.
Can I answer?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. I believe both points are 100% in the box. Yeah? We need an entire plan. It's not a plan to build electric cars. It's only a puzzle. And 4 years ago, I had many discussions with Tonji and his colleague of transport, and they said, what will happen? The car industry will go electric. The truck industry will go electric. And we will need this backbone Croatia. And we need not only one high-power charger, we need something like a mall. Because if 100 lorries come along and like to charge 4 hours, that's time for money. Yeah? Then you build a mall where you have restaurants, you have business shops, you have a gym, where you have everything. So all this money is here. Further, you need a lot of energy along the highway. But you have a lot of land along the highway. Yeah? You can capture all the energy, storage, and if the lorry is coming, boom, in 1 hour, it's loaded. Where is the money? Here. Where is the money with petrol? The money in petrol is in the Middle East, or at Shell, or Texaco, or 5 big players, but not here. The guy in the petrol station has to sell bread and butter for money. So 100%, we need an entire plan. But if we like that Croatia go premium, we have to explain who is premium. Is an electric car premium? Then we need convenient charging at the highway, at the hotels, at the apartments, at the villas. But Croatia built 50 kilowatt charger. That is awful. We need 350. I explained 4 years ago. Next step, second question. How do we balance the guys, the touristic people, and the native people? And that was a little bit from Sussane, from Austria today. That was a very good point. You have to balance it. You cannot develop tourism without develop your society. Yeah? You need students, you need universities, yeah? you need an entire plan. And my recommendation of today is, don't think about daily opportunities before you have your final plan. And the final plan should come future back. So describe your target picture from 2040. Describe it. And if you have alignment about this picture, then you can decide what I have to do in the next 6 months, the next 12 months to reach the target picture. Otherwise, you put every day concrete in the water. Yeah? That's the current story. Future back, and then one pillar is education, one pillar is university. We develop software in Kosovo. There's a university, there are young students. I asked the mayor of Srebrenik, do you have some students who can make coding software for our boats? No, we haven't. So we need an entire plan that we balance it in the society to have a good situation between touristic and on the same education level.
Yeah, sure.
So I just want to bring some experience that I had. The first 3 years I worked with very closely with the government of the United Arab Emirates, and we had to do a briefing and a session with chief innovation officers from the biggest corporations in aviation, and the theme was what's going to happen in 2070, and we needed to go to that year because they do 100 years of civilization, and together with us it was the chief innovation officer of GE, Airbus, and Emirates, and other guests, scientists from Europe, and opinion makers. And the conclusion that we got in 2070 is that automation is there today, on 2070 is going to happen. So if my grandson wants to be a driver, I will tell him, I don't know if that is a good idea. That this will come, right? But the final conclusion is that one of the things that we know that Emirates will continue to have, you know what it is? Cabin crew. Because you cannot remove the human experience from the tube. You can remove the pilots. You definitely will remove the pilots, the driver, but the experience counts. And I say this as a Portuguese, coming from a place where tourism is our currency since the 17th century, Madeira Island. And people come back not because we are beautiful or the island is amazing. Sometimes we don't understand why they come back. 30, 40 times in their lifetime is experience. And this is something that Croatia can give very well in every way. So experience will always beat automatism, technology, and continue to pursue that in a very good way.
Any other questions? Okay. Ivana, is this the last question? Yes, we need to move on. We're a little bit behind schedule, but please.
Okay, it will be a short one. I would like just to ask you to imagine the shape of Croatia. It's like a triangle, right? And in the middle of that triangle is Bosnia, actually. And we are from Bosnia, unfortunately the only one. I wish there is more people here. And if the cloud wants to go from Zagreb to Dubrovnik, it has to go over the Bosnia. If the wind goes from Zagreb to Dubrovnik and the other way around, it goes over the Bosnia. So no one mentioned Bosnia today at any point, and I would like to ask you, what is your plan to help us to develop the situation in the Bosnia as well when it comes to sustainability? Because I felt like you crossed the line in the border of the European Union in Bosnia. And as you know, in Bosnia, we have the coldest river is Neretva. If you Google now, the coldest river in the world is Neretva. And the clearest river is Juna. So you have to protect the spring, the source of the water. It's easier to protect the source than to clean the river which goes to Croatia. So I would like to ask you, do you have any plans? And I would like to ask you for the support to help us to develop this kind of the idea to work on it in Bosnia as well, because it's not easy only to clean around we cannot clean the garden only one part, because in nature there is no European Union and non-European Union. So I would like just to ask you if there is any plan, you know, to get us involved in this kind of development.
I think this is kind of a question for you, George. I mean, is this you are the EU guy, so we have to think outside of EU borders and look at the
It's
neighbors.
not a matter. I don't possess any political position in the European Union, but I believe it's a matter of let's say what we do in Greece and what I did when I was in the government. We tried to expand the cooperation between neighboring countries in the Balkans with Bulgaria and then Romania, and then even we had very good, actually we have the Greek National Tourism Organization offices. We don't have in Croatia, but we have in Serbia, we have in Bulgaria. And what we did is we are trying to develop some joint common actions in preparing for capacity building, for the way to implement, for the way it's rather a matter of bringing funds to the country from the European funds, and then the national governments will implement these funds, right? So funds are coming from the European Commission. Funds are coming to most of the countries here. So what I would suggest is that national governments will cooperate together. I heard this morning that you have 5 times your population as tourists, okay? If it's over tourism, you can bring some over to Greece. You suggest that you come over to Greece, or maybe Bosnia. You go to Bosnia, or maybe, but Greece has enough already. So it's a matter of distributing and having cooperation between nations. And I understand, of course, that it's not EU countries in all the Balkans, like Albania or North Macedonia. But what it would happen is that if you create cooperation between the governments on this economic opportunity level, then you can, I think that the country would benefit. I understand, but even for Greece that we have that tourism development, EU legislation and EU rules and EU directives are very difficult, are too many, are very difficult to implement on a national level. And of course, don't say that in Greece we have done it. Actually, sometimes we need to pay fines to the European Commission because we have not managed. But this is a different story. Cooperation between countries, cooperation between like promotion activities or marketing activities, and exchange of initiatives, exchange of information would help both countries to benefit. Both countries, like Bosnia and Croatia. You're a little bit far from Greece, so you cannot benefit directly. But I think that I always have a great and good faith in the Balkans as a region, because it's tradition. It's even the people. We are more or less the same hospitality and the same opportunities for tourism development.
I think this is a good way to end a very good message. We need to cooperate and we need to do things together to make it work. Oh, okay.
No, we said in Greece first. Actually, we decided we would do it in Greece.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to the audience for listening. And we will see you hopefully next year. Thank you. Thank you.
Good one. We thank you. Obrigado muito. Evcharisto. Vielen Dank. And that's about it for this one. Lovely. Welcome, fellow Bosnians. It's easier to talk to you than the guys from Herzegovina. They're already in Zagreb, so this is standard. We finished the panel, and now we have another keynote speech with also a lovely gentleman. How it goes. Once upon a time, much younger and much thinner Frano sits in the most beautiful town in the world called Trogir, nearby Split, sells tickets to enter the Croatian cathedral, special one with the most beautiful entrance ever done in stones, and also the bell tower. And my colleague, who used to be a part of the Middle School for Tourism, comes running and screams, "Croatia is lonely planet. Croatia has entered the lonely planet." They were like, "Ooh, that's a nice thing to be in." And it was so like, "Oh, today we started, so we get huge discount to all the guys who just entered the church." And that was once upon a time. Now there's a privilege to have a gentleman who will say, what have we done, especially to promote nothing else but premium experience in Croatia. From his mouth, we believe that he's having a good time with us, and hopefully he will come back, not just to work and do the keynote speech, but to relax in Croatia as well. Ladies and gentlemen from the Lonely Planet, please welcome the Vice President, Mr. Tom Hull, who is joining us now for his keynote speech. Let's see what's changed so many years ago and now. Welcome, Tom. Nice to have you. It's a pleasure. You can use this one if you prefer.
Is this a clicker?
Yeah, that's a clicker. If you need this one in hand, it's also working, I hope.
That's great.
Cheers.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. Think of me as the gateway to the wine networking event that takes place afterwards, because I'm going to speak to you for about 20 minutes or so, and then we have another panel, and then we will be enjoying a glass of wine together. So I hope that that's something to look forward to. Wow, we just covered a lot of big topics there. That was a fascinating discussion, fascinating presentation from Juliet beforehand. Perhaps this is slightly easier subject matter in some ways to deal with, or maybe not, I don't know. I've only really got one message, and I'm going to repeat that message until you can all repeat it back to me. And my message is that local expertise makes tourism better. That's really the journey that Lonely Planet has been on over the past few years. I'll talk a bit more about that, and how it feeds in to some of the other trends that we've been discussing today. Before I do that, I do just want to say, that this is a really fascinating event for me to be at, so thank you very much for the invite to come. It feels like the ideas being discussed here are at the heart of the challenge and opportunities that the world of travel faces in 2024. It's great to be here in Croatia. Happily, this isn't my first visit here. I know it won't be my last visit here, but I'm constantly struck that Croatia is one of the world's most forward-thinking destinations when it comes to evolving how it speaks to the world and how it presents the many fantastic experiences that are on offer here. I think the idea of Tourism 365 is a simple message, which again also meets some of the challenges that we're talking about. And it's just really energizing for me to be with a group of people who are passionate about making travel better. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how Lonely Planet sees itself in 2024, about what our response to some of these trends is, and how we can find a positive way forward together. Just to introduce myself, this is me in front of a train. I found when I'm thinking about travel and wanting to present myself, it's normally me in a train somewhere. So this is in Zurich last summer. I've got a lot of photos like this, not many excuses to share them with people, so here's one. However, even though this talk and today does touch on sustainable travel, this isn't a talk about trains. I'm also delighted that Anja, our Croatia expert, is here today. It's been fantastic to meet you, talk about travel and Lonely Planet a little bit, and you know far more about the experience of writing for Lonely Planet than I could ever say, but it's been really fantastic. Delighted to have you here representing us and yourself, of course. And you can tell me if I get anything wrong, by the way, as I'm sure I will. The first thing just to say about Lonely Planet, this might sound obvious, but we absolutely love travel. We love it. We love that feeling of arriving somewhere new. We love the magic of those connections with people and places. We love the sense of being a citizen of the world, and helping more people to experience this was our founding mission almost 51 years ago, probably just over 51 years ago, and it still is today. So this is the first Lonely Planet book. It was published in 1973. It was called Across Asia on the Cheap. It was written by Tony Wheeler and his wife Maureen. It cost $1.80 in Australian money. Our founders talk about the first guidebook as being an accident. They were doing a gap year from London to Australia. They went through some places that you really wouldn't travel through today, like Afghanistan. They kept going through Asia. They arrived with $8 in their pocket, and people kept asking them how they did it, where they stayed, how they didn't get robbed. This was the 70s, what drugs they bought and where. And they turned those notes into a book, which they sold in bookshops in Sydney. And it sold out very quickly, and they thought, hang on, there's something in this. It's maybe the point we had earlier about capital and the development of meeting people's needs going hand in hand. Lonely Planet Guides continued from there. I think, many of our most iconic titles appeared in the 10 or 15 years after that. But I share this story because Tony and Maureen Wheeler's first guidebook solved a very human problem and a very contemporary problem for a generation of travelers. They were eager to explore. They were eager to get out there. They were eager for unusual and new experiences. And what we've always done is help travelers in the moment and the world that we find ourselves in, rather than the world that we wish to be in. And so that meant in the 80s and the 90s, Lonely Planet grew with the growth of the jet engine and how travel became cheaper and more accessible and how many places around the world opened up. It meant in the 90s we had making our first forays into the internet. We had low-cost flights really revolutionizing travel across Europe. And after that, we had the explosion of travel from new markets in Asia and the opportunities that came from travel through, for example, new markets in the Arab world, the Arabian states. And my potted history on the history of travel would not be complete without mentioning smartphones, social media, and the emergence of sustainability as a key development, as Juliet just spoke about so eloquently there. So Lonely Planet's tried to surf those waves for 50 years, but our focus has always really been the same. Our focus isn't on ourselves, and to an extent it's not really on the travel industry. Our focus is on travelers and how we guide them through that experience at every turn. Where are they going? What are they excited about? And what are they worried about? And what do they need that only Lonely Planet can provide? And this is where we find ourselves today. Over those 51 years, we've printed over 150 million guidebooks. We've covered, depending on how you cut this up, but this is how we think about the world, 21,750 destinations written about that we've got information about. And you can get Lonely Planet content in 32 languages, in lots of different forms. So the world of travel, and we exist in this world of travel, it's at the heart of a never-ending exchange of ideas and of people and experiences. But it's still an industry that's grappling with some of the challenges and opportunities that existed before the pandemic and in many ways will come after. Now, Lonely Planet seeks to do this in lots of different ways. Our guides cover 92% of the world's countries. We've got over 800 books in print, and online and via our social media channels, we reach millions more travelers every day. And our role is to provide human, insightful content created by our contributors, our experts, and our community, with the emphasis on human. I know we were talking a little bit about artificial intelligence. Lonely Planet seeks to bring human intelligence to travelers and unlock human experiences in doing so. So how do we start solving these problems? Well, firstly, recognizing where we are today. We've spent the last few years really restabilizing. Lonely Planet, like all of travel, all of our indicators went to zero during COVID. It's taken some time to build back up, to reflect on what we'd learned over that period, and to reinstate the way that we go about doing things. But we've also been in a bit of a process of transformation ourselves. So there's three main things here. We embrace the idea that travel is big and nuanced and complicated. Juliet used this phrase of travel being nuanced. I think of it as complex. There's rarely a one-size-fits-all approach. We want to get on the ground. We want experts for Lonely Planet to be on the ground in destinations, understanding it. What helps someone to navigate being in Dubrovnik in the height of summer might be very different to what helps them navigate a destination in Alaska, which has some of the same pressures. Advice in peak season might be totally useless when it's raining. We know the climate is very unstable at the moment. The UK's just had an absolutely terrible summer weather-wise. We've been talking about, hot temperatures going up. It's been really cold and rainy all summer in the UK. What advice do you give there? A family needs something very different to young people. And travel's also personal. It's different for everybody. So our solutions focus on the traveller, their fears and their biggest dreams. To us, they're real. Our travellers are navigating how to make their dreams come true inside of constraints. It may all be very well to say, come in the shoulder season. We can also recognise that's very difficult for a lot of people. Time, money, effort, these are all different. It's not something that we take lightly. It's not something that travellers take lightly. And at the same time, travel is something that is not an optional pastime for a lot of people, because like us, it's something that people are very passionate about and they're determined to experience it. And thirdly, Lonely Planet is not afraid to disrupt itself. So we are best known for our guidebooks. We always have been, and I suspect in many ways we always will be, until we get on with the business of reinventing ourselves so well that we just accelerate away from that. But we need to keep going. We need to keep going at that process. And this is the main point. This is the headline for me. At Lonely Planet, we're home to the largest network of local contributors who bring destinations to life through lived experience. You can read the rest of that. Each year, we are adding hundreds and hundreds of new local experts. This came about through a lot of thinking about how we disrupt our content strategy. And we're a content organization, so disrupting our content strategy is the most fundamental thing that we can do. And it has been a difficult process, but it's also been a really exciting one. We made the conscious decision to focus on local experts as key voices. This was based on a realization that travelers expect something different in 2024. I've worked at Lonely Planet for 20-something years, can't remember exactly how many. And at the start of that process, we sent a lot of people who looked like me to various places around the world, and we'd report back to our audience about what it was like. Let me tell you what Bali is like for me as I walk down the street, what Thailand is like, what Zagreb is like. But travelers now expect and want advice from someone who's locally based, who lives and breathes the place and can unlock what's special for them, what's special for someone who lives there. They give better advice, a passionate and an authentic local voice. In doing so, we've also reinvented how we make our content in the first place. So the people who are commissioning that, our editors, are increasingly based around the world. So instead of having an editor who would get that content in and edit it and publish it, instead of that person being based in Australia, the UK, America, that person's now based in India. Ditto for Southeast Asia. We have an editor based in Vietnam, and we're continuing to roll that model out as we go. So this gives us a chance to not just keep our guidebooks with as strong content as possible. And by the way, please do read Anja's essay about over-tourism in Dubrovnik in our new Croatia book. It is a really fantastic piece about how we, how we would view the challenges of going to an amazing place like Dubrovnik and how we want to make it possible for people. But to commission across more formats, to move beyond print into digital, social, photo, and video. Through these new voices, we've also invested in producing content for social media. I think we've got about 13 million followers on social media, which means that we're hitting as many people over the course of the year as we have ever published guidebooks many times over. And of course, yes, we're getting to them in a different way, but that's a big deal for us. And that opens the door, as I say, to more frequent, different, deeper content and the ability to guide you differently as needed. And this puts us in the middle of two key trends, hopefully speaking to younger travelers, to a new generation of travelers as we go. So the two key trends. The first is about experience. Lonely Planet is placing experience at the heart of its mission. More specifically, we see that travelers are motivated by engaging with what makes a place distinct and special as a reason to travel. So this might mean a tour of a local market. It might mean going to that hot new restaurant somewhere, visiting for a music festival or a concert. This is up here because the single biggest piece of traffic content on Lonely Planet's website last year was about how to see Taylor Swift play in concert. Somewhere interesting in the world. It was actually about Porto in Portugal. And it just went absolutely bananas. Traveling for a specific experience. Maybe we got a lot of Swifties who'd never heard from us before, but we're reaching new audiences in doing so. Our content can and does lead into those specialisms in a way that showcases the potential of destinations to be visited year-round, not just in peak season. It might seem like this is a difficult moment for a travel brand to cater for what can be quite a nebulous trend. You're talking about experiences. Everything's an experience. Well, we believe we can be at the top, part of addressing and understanding the key elements of travel for each market. And we also thought it was interesting that Brian Chesky from Airbnb said that there was a $100 billion company out there for experiences in travel that didn't exist at the moment. That's an interesting thought. The second trend is moving beyond the obvious, and this is where I feel very much in tune with everybody in the room. This evolution allows Lonely Planet to play its part in helping travelers to look beyond the obvious, travel to different locations away from simply the ultra-popular, promoting the benefits and delights of visiting a destination away from peak season and how to get to the heart of somewhere new. Local expertise allows us to do that in a way which is easier, in a way which is better. In doing so, we're still doing what we've always done. We're acting in the interests of the traveller. But also in line with the broader industry, we're seeking to drive exactly this kind of change. And we hope and we think that this gives us a way to get out of this kind of doom loop of narrative that you sometimes get about tourism sometimes, which is social media is pushing everybody to the same place. There's a load of, there's problems, it's bad. It's not, it's great. Travel is great. We love travel, what I said at the top. We want people to do more of it. Lonely Planet doesn't have positions, but we do have an approach to this topic that we want to show you how you can do it and how it can be fantastic. It would be ridiculous for me to stand here and say, I had the most amazing time when I first visited Dubrovnik 15 years ago, but you can never go. The same with Venice. You can't do that. No, it's spoiled now. It's ruined. No, it isn't. There are ways to do it. You need the expertise to do it. We want to provide you with that expertise. And in some ways, this feels very core to Lonely Planet's historic mission, as it were. We've always sought to inspire a type of tourism which is low impact, that puts money directly into the pockets of local people, local businesses, and now is aiming to help people when they want to think differently about travel, when they want to travel in a more sustainable way. And again, as a starting point, we think a local guide is one of the best routes to actually do that. So we're not on a solo run on this, and that's great. And it is a team effort. But just a few specific responses that we've made on this. We've launched a whole new series of guides, which is focused very much on finding an experience, getting away from the everyday, and offering something for travellers who want to travel in a way that is different. This London guide, for instance, has got taking canal walks, visiting markets people don't normally go to, had the most fantastic walking tour of East London, which is led by someone from the Bangladeshi community who grew up there. So giving you an insight behind those fantastic restaurants that you find throughout Whitechapel and other parts of East London. And it's designed to be used in conjunction with a smartphone. So you'll find QR codes throughout this book that people can click on. They can find additional content online. Partnerships, we don't do this alone, but we recently launched a very big partnership with Tour España, the Spanish tourism board, to promote travel all around Spain in different ways. So we all know that there are some fantastic places to go in Spain. We all know that there are some places in Spain that get huge numbers of travellers. Spain is an enormous country, and there's a huge range of experiences around food, activities, around trains, cycling, all kinds of different things, all different regions of Spain that are often overlooked. And we've tried to shine a light on a very broad spectrum of those things. And that has primarily existed on our social networks. So there is no print aspect to the partnership that we have with Spain. And there's some very targeted guidance. I talked about the Taylor Swift. That's another Taylor Swift piece. There's another recent piece about tourism on the Amalfi Coast, which is, a piece of very specific hyper-local advice. Sometimes you just have to get on the ground and give people some really, really specific guidance. And we're excited by that, and we think there's much more that we can do in that area. It takes everybody. I don't think that Lonely Planet is going to succeed in doing these things on its own. I particularly find the area of coming to events like this, talking about what we're doing, hearing other people's ideas, thinking about how we can form partnerships as being a key part of what we do. We're both part of the travel industry and we're not. We're a publisher, we're a media company, we're also part of the travel industry. It's a really, really interesting space. I think there are exchanges of ideas that can take place all over that. And I think that dialogue is really fundamental But if I had one message, I'd just repeat the message I said at the start, which is that local expertise helps us do what we do better. I think it can help you all do what you do better. So, you know, take that expertise, take that information and get it out there. Thank you very much. Another picture of me of a train. This one's Bucharest. There you go. I said I didn't get many opportunities, so I thought I'd share another one. Getting on a train tonight, going home by train. So, you know, there are lots of different ways that you can travel around that are sustainable. Thanks. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay. So, our dear friend who loves trains, you're among the bravest persons in this part of the world. Especially, you know, when Chinese people come to Croatia and see how long does it take to travel with train in Croatia, they think we're bigger than China. It's 8 hours from Zagreb to Vinkovci, which is 200 kilometers of a railway. 8.5, because they are doing something quite good. You said all the things you wanted. Any questions now, or shall we include it in the panel? Because the food is getting cold. Sit there. We can use the panel, thank you. I will use this one. So we have the final panel of the day. We have a special secret evening thing you can do, but you can ask the ladies outside, how can you be part of it? We will have workshops tomorrow. Hope you picked the real one you needed. But now, let's finish this day, wrap it up with another panel in Excellence in Focus, Elevating Premium Tourism and Health to Suppress Expectations. That's a hard topic to end before food, but I think they will manage. Our dear Tom is over there. Can I ask your co-speakers to join you now? Let's do it. Csilla Mezosi, Secretary General, European Spas Association, or ESPA. Csilla, are you here? Igen, Istenem, udvazoljak, Csilla. Köszi. That's not all. We have also Thomas Bumkes from the Diversity Tourism CEO. Hello, Thomas. Still with us. Lovely. Hi, Csilla. And there will be some question asked. Hello, how's it coming? By a lovely gentleman, always representative of New Deals, especially in Europe. Please welcome your moderator, Robert D. Mr. D, it's not D-Day, but D-time to use it wisely. Thanks for joining us all, people. Hard topic, but you have the answers. It will be much easier. For all of you, if you want to join us tonight, please, one more time, ask the ladies if there is any available spaces. Of course, tomorrow we had it on even with Mr. D working some other shifts, not only doing panels. So may the force be with you.
Thank you, Frano. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for having me here. And to my Croatian audience, it's a great pleasure to be back in Zagreb. It's one of my favorite cities. To all of you, I say, hvala vam na toploj dobrodošlici u Hrvatsku. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, so we're talking about excellence in tourism, in premium tourism and health tourism, and it is a big topic and a topical topic. All governments are talking about this at the moment. They want to attract the premium tourist, and they see this particular tourist and health tourism as high-spend items which bring in the tourism dollar like no other segment and no other niche. So how do destinations get on board this train, to use Tom's analogy? How do they deliver to the consumers who may have very high expectations? And what exactly is that consumer? Let's get some definitions of what we mean by this. Finally, is the image of the sector the real truth? Is it really the great contributor to GDP and to sustainability that governments believe it to be? Or are there some hidden dangers in there which might be needed to looked at, examined, and avoided in order to deliver this excellence that we're looking for? So hopefully we'll explore all of that and potentially more. It depends on your questions with our panel. They've been introduced, so I won't waste any time on that because I know you're all waiting for the wine and Frano is waiting to get home for his anniversary celebration. So we'll kick off. They have no idea, by the way, of the questions I'm going to ask. We haven't had an opportunity to meet up and discuss them. So unlike the previous panels, this is completely fresh, and it could be a complete car crash, but let's see how we get on. So a little bit about me. As Frano said, I'm the co-founder and co-director of New Deal Europe. We're an organization promoting tourism to the Balkans and Southeast Europe, and we're organizing the marketplace, which is happening here tomorrow. I did ask some of the tour operators I was with last night for their views on this topic, so I've included some of their questions in this. When I asked Ivana why she chose me to moderate this panel, she was very clear. She said, Robert, you did your thesis when you were at university on le thermalisme en France, or spa tourism in France. And she's absolutely right, I did. But Ivana, darling, I love you very much, but that was 40 years ago. And I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to use my education finally, but it is a little bit stale. So if you don't mind, I'm going to kick off with Chilla. Would you mind bringing me up to date, Chilla? Because when I was studying le thermalisme back in the day in France, it was very much about governments providing a ticket for people to take the 21-day cure in the spa resorts and take the waters. And I'm sure things have moved on a lot since then. What are your members in the spa industry delivering now? Is it still that? I know it still exists in France, but what are you doing now that might be different?
So thank you very much. And I see a lot of friends, colleagues, so I'm happy to be here at Ivana's event. As we do many other things also together in the Brussels Parliament to brainwash about our health tourism beloved subject. Yes, European spas represent 21 countries and we are growing. So even in the very last Congress, we have a new member from Georgia. So the interest and the potential is there to show our competencies, and because we were talking about all time. So we know that this tourism was one of the first one, because 100 years in the history, if we talk about the big famous spa towns, they were the meeting points for politicians, for actors, for the nobles of that time, and they were developed for health reasons. So the modern one are choosing, luckily, because we had the subject sustainability, more to be in a quite green, sustainable resort, and to adapt not only in the services and treatments, the 5-star or the luxury touch, but also in the environment. And this is, I think, which is also symbolic for health tourism, that we create destinations. And whenever investors are coming to that destination, they have to think from the beginning of a much big scale. And to the other question, yes, luckily few countries are still existing. They pay for from the public health care the cure. Of course, the market changed, and I would say more than 50% of clients are private payers. And this is a good sign. That's why we are massively presented in the health tourism business and not only in the health business. But our goal is also to stay on the ground and to serve the patient. Of course, with the new services, we promote much more about the health education, about prevention, and to stay in a healthy lifestyle. As our lifestyle is changing in a very bad way, we have to treat the people to get back and at least to start for a few weeks and to adapt it also in the daily life. That's, I think, the ambassador role of the health resorts, to teach people to get back on a healthy way.
Thomas, you're an expert on medical tourism, and you're heavily involved in medical tourism pavilion at the ITB. What is the difference between health tourism that Chilla's describing and medical tourism? Because we know anyone who flew Croatian Airlines will have seen that Croatia is a leading country in terms of medical tourism. What's the distinction between the two?
Yeah, the difference, I mean, it's totally different. When you go for medical tourism, you really need to do treatments. For example, dental treatments, orthopedic, you really have something what you want to take care of. So health tourism is really something to prevent something, first of all. And so this is totally different, I think. It's not totally different, but it is different things. And I think with medical tourism, people do this because of different reasons. The one reason is they don't have it in their region or their country where it is. They have to travel. When you think of countries like in Africa, they have to travel abroad to Europe to get these treatments because they just don't have it. Other people travel because this is cheaper than in their own region. For example, Germans travel to Croatia or to Hungary or for dental treatments because it's cheaper. Or you travel to other destinations because you want to reach a specialist. For example, when you think about plastic surgery, you want to go to this specialist because they do it very well. Or people travel because of it is not allowed in your country what you do. When you think of when you want to get pregnant, for example, transgender people, they have to travel. So there are different reasons for medical and also really serious reasons why people have to travel. So health travel is it's more really for prevention. It's when you, for example, do mud treatments with your skin, or you want to treat other things. It's also very important. Both things are very important, but differently.
Prevention and rehabilitation.
And rehabilitation.
Between the clinical one is not our subject.
Yeah, that is the point. That is the most different points. And so these are totally different reasons why people travel for medical or health tourism.
But you need rehabilitation with health tourism as well. And one of the points that came up in our discussion yesterday evening with the tour operators was they've been to many destinations which are evolving and growing as medical tourism destinations. And in the hotels, they see many people who are having rehabilitation immediately after a procedure. And they say, from their perspective, that would put them off bringing tourists to this destination because it looks like a hospital. How do you avoid a destination or a hotel looking like a hospital? Or is a hospital a good look, actually? Is that a good look in terms of medical tourism?
I saw hospitals, for example, when we talk about Turkey, I saw hospitals in Turkey, you would never think, oh, this is a hospital. You go in there and you think, this is a 5-star hotel. You go in, there is a piano player, there are a little waterfall coming down, there are nice people around you. That is totally different. Then you go into the rooms where this is like a 3-bedroom with everything you want to have at home. So you really feel comfortable there. And so you have these, especially in the private sector, you have these clinics. And this doesn't need to be look very old-fashioned or like a real hospital. And people don't want that it looks like a hospital. Even if you have, especially when you pay on your own and not the insurance pay this you want, and people have the money and are really willing to pay the money for their medical and health treatments.
Thank you. Sorry, Shana, you want to come in?
It's a little bit old-stylish, not 5-star hotel. The people can recover much better, not only because we provide natural remedies, which is an upgraded service, but to be in that different atmosphere in a green resort, it helps definitely for a faster recovery. So that's what we try to explain, especially if we talk about long COVID. It's still not a solution in the European Union how to treat these people, and we find out that it's even more than 1%. They are still out of the labor market. You cannot treat them in a clinical way. You have to get them out in a different surroundings. So many times the nature can help, even if it's not in all evidence-based studies written, but the result is very clear.
Let me come back to that. I like that thought. But let's first of all get a definition of what we mean by this premium tourism. We saw earlier a presentation from Stories Hotels, and I know from past experience with them, they're very much focused on the luxury segment. Is premium tourism and luxury tourism, Tom, is that the same thing? Is it all about the gold taps and having petals in your bath in Dubai? Or is premium and luxury tourism different now?
I would argue that they are very different. Though obviously premium does tend towards a higher end price point, but there is far more to it than that. And I think a progressive destination really understands that point. In order to understand that point, it is also about thinking where we are, in terms of people's mindsets now. So many things that exist in the world of travel today, actually, they existed before the pandemic, and they've just been accelerated by it. So one of those things is the wish for privacy as a way to interpret premium, and the feeling of being made to feel special on your own or with your chosen group, maybe your family, maybe a group of friends, maybe as a couple, versus being part of a larger group. And I think when we talk about a premium service, increasingly there is this joining together of a service which is just for you and a service that is tailored for you. It's unique to you. That feels much more relevant to understanding what premium is today than gold taps. Now, maybe gold taps are nice. Some people like gold taps. I think they're quite nice. But, the reason why it's particularly relevant that comes out of the pandemic is it was a point at which maybe we were a little nervous for a while about being together with people. And while that's happily evaporated, here we all are. I think there is some of that residual influence in this idea of this is less about a small group of people and more just about me and what I want. And I will pay a premium for that.
Okay, so it is about paying more in order to get a service or something delivered to you?
I think that aspect is fair, yes. But paying more is not the sole arbiter of quality there.
Would you agree, Thomas, with that?
Yeah, I think so too. It's not only paying more. I think it's like in the real tourism world, people want to have personal experience, authentic experiences, especially what they want to have. They don't want to go with the mass market. Even if it's luxury is fine, but I am not with a group of 100 people. I'm totally on my own, and maybe I don't need the gold taps there. I need, for myself, luxury or premium means totally something different. Yeah, and this is everybody has a different opinion of this, and this is why premium and tailor-made things are much more important, and people are willing to pay for it. Absolutely, yeah. And then I have something more and getting something more out of it in the end of the day. Yeah, and this is a very good trend.
So what type of experiences are premium experiences? When does something become a premium experience as opposed to just a personal experience?
Yeah. The premium experience is for me is what is really important to me. For example, for me it's important to be out in the nature, to be alone. This is important to me, and this is with the nature, with animals. This is important to me, but it's not important to him. Yeah, but this, and I will pay for this, and then I'm happy in the end of the day. And this is premium for me. But it's that so individual. So you cannot say that this is for. In the end of the day, you have groups. Yeah, you can target groups. So this groups like they want to have something in the nature, or they want to do something else. But it's very individual, I think. It's
okay. So I've just so I'm clear on this, and our audience is. So, for instance, last month now, so it's October. In September, I did a 2-week cycling holiday with my wife in the Netherlands. It was definitely an experience, but it didn't cost a lot of money. So am I a premium tourist or am I not?
I think it depends on what you did in the Netherlands.
Well, what happens in the Netherlands stays in the...
You'll see. But when you had the holiday of your lifetime there with your wife, because it gives you quality time. I think that is what people are looking for: quality time with their partners. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we are also in a hectic world right now. And when I have quality time, even it's a week with my partner in that special area I choose with then it's perfect for me, and I pay a lot of money. And if it's cheap and if it's not expensive, I don't need to have a long flight, like it was a very short flight for you, that's fine as well. So I need to fly around the world to get happy. Absolutely not. No.
And I was thinking that when you mentioned about being out in the outdoors, I mean, the outdoors is free, isn't it? And yet you're saying this is a premium quality experience.
Yeah, but to get very good quality air, fresh air, to be in the green, and also we were talking, or we had one question about the very pure, high quality mineral water, healing water, thermal water. That are sources what you cannot get everywhere. Even Saudi Arabia wants to develop health tourism, but if you don't have the source, you cannot build up a Disney World for health tourism. Either you have the local natural remedy, you have the very well-educated staff, because here it's really medical staff and tourism experts together. You can have the money, but you cannot build up. China is exporting the European know-how to build up the European way of medical spas. They build up a lot of spas, but there is not extra added value. Is it premium if you go somewhere, you know you have some, you are not 100% healthy, but you don't want to touch the public healthcare system, and actually this is our advantage, because more and more of our clients are not satisfied with the public health services, but you have the money, you have short time, you want to have results. So premium means also to treat people, to give them outdoor activities in the right way, and to guide them. That finally, after 1-2 weeks, or even a short break weekend, they see the result. That's premium, because they will come back. It's not about the luxury taps or doors or drinks, but the quality of the water and air. That's where it starts for me. And we just finished, for example, our annual congress in Lithuania. And I was amazed. I knew the country, but I was still amazed. Beside the 5-star hotel, super design, but when you get out of the hotel, you have amazing forest with amazing infrastructure for biking, for hiking, and everything is clean, green and clean. That's premium.
So is that what distinguishes you from spas generally, as people understand them? Because in the 40 years since I was writing about spa towns, there's been a huge democratization in the spa industry. Every 3, 4, 5-star hotel has a spa. You know, many sports centers, swimming pools, they have a spa. How do you distinguish what you offer compared to those? How do you compete with that mass market offering now, which makes the experience available to everybody?
Luckily, we don't have to compete with mass market, because these health resorts are all over the year. That's also the subject of the conference. They can get the clients all year around. So there is no very high season and low season. So everybody can choose. The price can depend on the season, let's say, high season or low season.
I think that is a fundamental point here of the relevance of both of these segments, premium, well, the three, say, premium, wellness, medical, to this event, is these are ways of travel, these are things that you can do in a destination that can truly drive and contribute to a 365 tourism economy, if I'm using the right phrase there, it feels right. And I think what's striking about that is twofold. Firstly, that the space for innovation in all these areas is still very substantial. I think it's probably legitimate to talk about how spas were 40 years ago and how they are today, because I think
quite a lot of people's minds, including target audiences, there's maybe some awareness of the developments, but not a complete awareness. So that the space for innovation and communication about that innovation remains huge. And I think that the second aspect of this is these are niches that are only to a limited extent placed at the heart of Europe. And if we think geographically about this, I mean, you were talking about medical tourism in Turkey, and someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that Turkey is probably one of the best known places for travelling for procedures, etc. If we position a destination like Croatia as being a rival or superior in many ways, and we understand the barriers that people might have, the concerns they might have, and what they might do about that, what you're doing is you're making that whole experience in your customer base, it's much easier for them to choose that, because they think, oh right, okay, the distances are less, the cost of travel is less, it's going to be easier for me to get back once I've, this was the argument that was being put across in the Croatia Airlines piece that I was reading, was that, post any procedure that you have, it's a short journey back home again if that's what you're traveling for. So space for innovation, and I think, the ability to make these niches bigger and more substantial, I think it's very resonating to the theme that we've got here.
So you mentioned niches there, Tom. Are there specific niches, looking at from a destination point of view and a hotel point of view perhaps, are there specific niches within tourism, specific segments that you think people should really look out for and go for if they want to attract the premium tourist?
I actually think, Silla, your point about the combination of wellness and the outdoors and understanding, and actually one destination that I thought of when you were talking about that was some of the places I've been very fortunate to go to in Switzerland, which are very lovely, but flipping heck, they cost a lot of money to get.
Almost as much as an ice cream in Croatia.
Well, yeah, I'm going to go and get an ice cream later and find out just what the truth of the matter is there.
Splash out.
Yeah, that's right. But I think that as a product that can be combined there. I mean, we just had to look at the visuals around Croatia's amazing natural beauty, and a combination of that and modern wellness facilities, that feels like a really, really nice niche, really nice synergy.
But moving away from the wellness per se in terms of premium tourism generally, Thomas, have you got any view on the specific niches that people should go for?
Yes, because we work also beside medical health tourism, we also work in LGBT tourism, for example, and luxury tourism. And the LGBT tourism industry is a very niche market, and we are focusing on the luxury LGBT market, because in the LGBT market people spend a lot of money in tourism and traveling, because they have to travel, because they have the same problem that people live in areas where they cannot be themselves, or they don't meet other people from the community, so they have to travel, and then they make friends somewhere, and then they travel. That is like in the community, it is like it is. And they spend not only a lot of money into tourism, but when they are there, they are really willing to spend in accommodation, in restaurants. They use all the attractions they have, but they also spend a lot of money in health and medical tourism. They use treatments. When they go to a five-star hotel, you can be sure they use their spa treatments. They go to the massages. They use everything. But they spend a lot of money, and this is because this community is, they call it double income, no kids, and they spend the money not on the kids. They spend it in their lifestyle. Say it, lifestyle. And tourism is the biggest lifestyle. All the studies says that very clearly. They spend their most money what they have. They spend in tourism and all what belongs to this. So this is a very good niche market for many destinations. Even some destinations come to me, we cannot go into this market because we don't have an infrastructure for this LGBT tourism. So what kind of infrastructure do you need for this? You need a five-star hotel, you need a good restaurant, and you need something to do where they can spend their money. I'm sure you have that in your destination. Of course, there are destinations who are more privileged to go for the LGBT destination. When you're, for example, in Europe, when you think about Gran Canaria, it's a top destination, or the big cities like Paris, Berlin, London. People go there because there are gay bars, gay restaurants. But this is not what people need really, because when you are, especially elderly people who have more money in this community, they don't go out to bars. If there's a bar, maybe it's fine, they go, but that is not the reason why they go to that destination. They have the needs like everybody else has, yeah. And this is a very loyal target group, because when you talk to them correctly, but you have to all your target groups, then they're really happy and come back to you. And they're facing a lot of problems, especially in the hospitality industry. For example, I was at another conference yesterday in Munich, and one of colleagues from Brussels had a very fun story. He wanted to check in a hotel, and he checked in with his young boyfriend, and he looked elderly, I was younger, and he said, oh, and we want to have one bed. And she said, oh, are you sure you want to have one bed? And you want to sleep in a bed with your son? I said, no, definitely not. But we want to have one bed, not two beds. It's not my son. Yeah, and so but it's not up to the hotel to ask in which position they are. It's not, they just book the hotel, just ask what they want. And I think the people know what they want when they pay for it. But this is, I think, especially in the hospitality and tourism industry, people need to be educated to treat their clients correctly. And it's not only in the LGBT market, it's in all these niche markets. Also when you think about religious tourism or tourism with Arabian people having the different food restrictions, people need to be educated all the time when you're working in those markets.
Well, here's your chance to educate then. In terms of, you mentioned there that people aren't talking to you. You know, it's the dinky market, so there's a lot of disposable income there. The pink pound, call it what you like. A lot of people will want to get a piece of that cake. What do they need to do to talk to that market more effectively?
When they really want to go into this market, I think they need to start to educate their staff. They need to to put their product together and to find out in which markets they really could positioning their product correctly. But they really have to do research and education first before you go in the market. And it's not I can make an extra dollar here. This is not the right. When you want to make an extra dollar, use another market, not this one. This will come back. Because karma doesn't like this at all. Because when you don't treat these people really well, they go on all these social media platforms and on booking.com, whatever, they tell their community, they don't go to this hotel. They don't treat you well. So they will tell. So you have to do your homework first. And there are so many association like the IGLTA where you can find help, you're getting educational information, where you can find studies, where you get figures for your marketing departments. So there are a lot of resources globally when you want to start in this market. And also for Croatia over here, I think it would be a great country because there's so much potential for this market. But I think it's not really the country does not work really in the market right now, from my point of view. But there would be a huge potential as well here.
Okay, thank you. We heard a lot about 365-day tourism. That's the whole point of this conference, really. And I want to explore really how much premium tourism can influence that, because there's a perception that premium tourism is all about paying for the best, as you touched on, Tom. And maybe I'll direct this to you. So is premium tourism about high season travel only, going to the hottest places at the hottest times, going to ski resorts when you've got the best snow? Is it that, or can it be more 365 days?
I think by its nature, premium tourism has that bespoke, when I want it, quality. I think, one trait that would unite premium travelers, and I don't know if there is a single definition of what a premium traveler is, but it's a wish for flexibility and that I can do things when I want to do them. Lonely Planet has a few years ago acquired a small travel tour company called Elsewhere, and their model is an interesting model in that they connect premium travelers with in-destination planners and who will curate a trip for them, with the emphasis on that personal service. And actually, one of the things that's interesting about it is that there is sometimes a point of friction in there around this. I want to come at this time of year and I want to do these things. And sometimes the advice that comes back, which is very personal, curated advice, is February is a bad time to want to go swimming in lakes in Austria. Yeah. And the response comes back is, I don't care. I want you to make that happen. There can be some friction and some difficulty in that. I mean, that's a bit of an extreme example. But I think more broadly, because there is this, wish from premium travelers to have, experiences that aren't taking place at a mass level, there is arguably a preference for visiting out of season, or the traditional season. But I think the real answer to that is probably still evolving a little bit, which isn't so helpful.
I would like to add that the three key words like healthy, green, and active, which is actually the slogan of the Slovenian tourism, and my colleague is also here, so we can say that these three words are connected with premium. It's your need to be on a clean, on a untouched place with lot of knowledge, with lot of expertise, and use the power of the nature. So you cannot get it everywhere. It cannot be related to mass tourism. And for example, I want to say also congratulations to one of the Croatian health resorts, because last week we had also the Innovation Award, and one winner came from Croatia, and that was Terme Sveti Martin, with a healthness program. So you do a lot of good things, and you get also leaders in the European spa business.
Congratulations to them. You mentioned Slovenia, which of course is seen as a green destination and a leader in sustainability. And we've touched on sustainability, well, more than touched on it, we've discussed in depth sustainability. Let's look at it in terms of the premium tourist. And if I can ask this to you, Thomas, because you have a premium luxury travel brand, Tom on Tour, that you're responsible for. So are your clients actively looking for sustainability when they book, or is it just a byproduct of the type of things that you offer?
Honestly, I have to say, I saw lately just some studies about this. I heard this yesterday in our conference in Munich. People are not really looking for this. This is the truth. Yes, they're looking really for their interest. If there is, they do it, but it's not really. I'm not looking specifically for these products. It's not there right now. No.
It's essentially what Juliette was saying in her presentation to us earlier, that we're all talking about it and trying to do something about it. Maybe the consumer isn't quite there yet.
But on the other hand, I must say,
that applies also to premium tourism.
That's still important to have this product and to develop these products and more of these products, that in the end of the day, people book these products. Yeah, you guess you need to educate the tourist as well. I mean, it's not something what you do over the maybe few years, but over the decade or decades, then you change the people become more sensible for this topic, and then you can change it. But it's important that you start it, and it's more, in the end of the day, when you only have these products, people can only buy these products. But you have to start it. But people don't look actively for this. This is not really the truth. No.
So, which is a shame, because I think away from the spectacular coastline and the honeypot destinations of Croatia, this country and this region generally, the Greater Balkans, the guy from Bosnia might agree. I believe this region has huge potential for sustainable tourism. So if you're one of those destinations, how do you get that message out to the consumer? Tom, would you take that one as what would Lonely Planet do to ensure that those destinations are known as sustainable destinations? I prefer to use the word responsible rather than sustainable when I'm talking about tourists. So responsible tourism rather than sustainable tourism. How do they get that message out and attract the premium tourist?
I mean, for entirely good reasons, I do think in the world of travel we tie ourselves up in knots about this one, about how can we get the consumer to choose a sustainable option, how can we get them to travel in a sustainable way, and I think the question is wrong. Not that you just asked me the wrong question, but I think the question is wrong. At Lonely Planet, we focus on the experience that travellers want to have in destinations. The role of the destination in that is for that experience to be responsible or sustainable to whatever degree possible. So is a fantastic hike that ends at the most incredible mountain resort that you can possibly imagine, is that desirable because it is a sustainable experience or because it's just a really great experience, which is, can you remind me of those three words, because I thought they were great? Green, active and healthy. Green, active and healthy. Fantastic. There's your marketing of that, I think. But it also has to be, it needs to be in there. And when we were talking about Gen Z travellers and their expectation is that it is there. So as that generation becomes a consumer of premium products, I think their expectations will be high, but those expectations will also just be, I expect this to be there. So it's an interesting one because I think it needs to be baked in, but the emphasis is on just what a great experience it is. Make it great for me, and I'm going to assume that it's those three things.
How do you advise your spa towns to get this message out?
May I start with a business idea? I mean, after your presentation, of course, I read Lonely Planet. I was traveling a lot with Lonely Planet. When I was Googling, I have seen you published a wellness edition. And because you are a leader, so you can influence. What about the idea to publish about the green, healthy, active destination, about health resorts, at least in Europe, to give the essential extras, what you don't find in any books if you talk about one country or one island, maybe to educate our clients. They are traveling, they are looking for sustainable green destination, but maybe we can educate them with those extras that we have also natural remedies, which in many countries, Great Britain, for example, it's not so well known, or in few of the South European countries they don't have. So maybe we can work on that idea, and before we close up, we will make even a contract how to prepare this book.
I need a writer for my book. Do you know someone who knows anything about this
No
subject?
problem. We have also people, they regularly visit these places. And honestly, premium and spa, that's already a fantastic combination because people want to invest in their health, in their well-being. Actually, I don't like to use the word wellness, in their well-being. And it means, and that product, I don't save the money. I don't save the time. If I need it, I will invest what I need. And especially if we talk about subject like anti-aging, these people are looking for the highest possible product where I can get it in a nice place. And maybe the latest is what they're looking for is the price.
Doesn't going on holiday per se, whatever type of holiday that is, doesn't that deliver for your well-being, or do you need a premium experience or a luxury spa experience really to have that well-being?
Yes, if we talk about well-being, if we talk about anti-aging, if we talk about relaxation, most of the clients are looking for a high-level luxury spa, hotel, spa resort.
Just very quick, in the last few minutes, let's look at some of the challenges and the dangers of investing, or governments investing heavily in this area, and if it's the right tactic. So we've got some panels tomorrow with a focus on youth tourism. I can see Adele is in the audience, who's the key speaker tomorrow, and an expert in youth tourism. So when somebody like the New Zealand tourism minister says, we don't want to have any more tourists that are coming here spending $10 a day and living off pot noodles, which clearly got a reaction in New Zealand a couple of years ago. Is he right? Is there a danger in focusing on premium tourism that we forget about the young generation? Istvan mentioned this morning about free train travel for 18-year-olds. Is that endorsed by all the governments? I got the impression it isn't. And are we leaving behind younger generation who are the future travellers and denying them the opportunity to experience and learn about our destinations if our priority is premium to the exclusion of everything else? Tom?
I have been and continue to be very struck by the initiative to get young people exploring Europe through the Discover EU initiative, and I think it's hugely progressive. I applaud it very much, and I would love to see some of that thinking to permeate down to a national level, because I think that is something which can really leave an impression on people. And if you talk to people who, for example, do language exchanges in their youth, that will stay with them. I was talking to my mum before coming here, and she said she went, she came to, what was then Yugoslavia on a language exchange in the 1960s, and it's always stayed with her, and she's just constantly been an ambassador for that country, and I well, not that country now. So I think that is a fantastic opportunity. I don't really, personal opinion, I don't really understand what's to be gained by turning away a young budget traveller. I do understand why a destination like the Balearic Islands may want to say, actually, we're not so keen on the party crowd at the expense of families. I do understand that point. But a lot of this is about balance. And I think it's also about understanding the journey that a person goes on through their lives and how a destination can interact with that. I would not have been terribly interested in going to a spa when I came to Croatia like 15, 20 years ago. It sounds like the best idea for me now. It just sounds absolutely perfect, frankly. It sounds great. And I think lots of people have a similar journey as they go through. So a long-term view would surely be able to take on board all of these things. And it's also, coming back again to the theme of the conference, a way that you would, look to meet that.
Thomas, you looked like you wanted to come in on that one. Did you have a view?
Yes, I hope I have a view, yes, on this as well. Yes, I was thinking myself about, because we don't really work with the young tourism industry that much. But when I think about myself, what I did when I was young is, for example, I traveled to the US when I was young, when I was a student, and I really learned to speak English there. I made a lot of friends there, and this helped me in my career later on, because, and I wouldn't have this today when I didn't travel in those days when I was young, and I had no money in those days. So when I traveled to, my first city was Toronto, I stayed with friends there at their home. I didn't use the hotel because I didn't have the money. But I spent time there, 3 weeks, and it was very important to me. So, but it could be any destination, because I didn't travel to this destination because I wanted deeply to Toronto. No, I wanted to go out. I want to go anywhere. I want to make friends. So it was really the destination for me in the end. So so it's not up really to the tourism industry to get after these young people. Otherwise, they really want it. For example, when they have language tourism or something, then it's absolutely okay. But these people find their way anyway when they are young, I think. Because, for example, when they go to university, they want to study somewhere.
I've got my stopwatch here. Our 45-minute session is up. Did you want to say something very quickly?
One good example in Croatia, Ujhelyi, now I'm pronouncing well. Okay. That was also Innovation Award winner as destination, because it's also the way of investing. You lead your clients. And for example, this 4-star or brand new spa destination invested in glamping through a glamping, you can attract also the clients to the spa to explain also about the nature, but you don't ask the same amount like in a hotel. And you get a completely different clients with families, with bikers. So this is also a way to extend the investment and to get other target groups. So you don't close out the not noble or not for 5-star clients.
You get the balance right
Yes.
at the end of the day. That's it from us. I don't know if you've got time for any questions from the audience, if there are any. Does anybody have anything they want to raise with the panel? I asked them to debate the issue rather than just answer questions, and I think they did that supremely, and they all interrupted each other. So if there are no questions, I'd just like to say thank you, everybody, for taking part in the panel, and enjoy the wine, and have a lovely anniversary this evening.
Thank you so much. Vielen Dank, köszönjük szépen. Thank you for joining us. Shh, I have a secret to share. They've eaten all your food over there, but there is another room over there full with food, okay? So go behind, don't tell them. So that's the end of this lovely day for all of you tourist lovers. Don't you forget we start earlier tomorrow morning from 9, which means 8:56, okay? So we'll be on time tomorrow. We have workshops to do, and of course, if you have spare time, you can join us tonight as well, but you have to check if there is any place, because it's a secret event as well. So thanks for a great day. One great applause for the panelists. They did a great job. They survived till the end of the day when we broke the record of 1 hour. But welcome to Croatia, touristic land where time is still relative, not precious. That means the Albert Einstein was born here probably. And that's 100% sure. See you tomorrow. Cheers.